Well, it's normal that panels start a little late, in particular the first session in the morning. But I think it would be good if perhaps, I don't know, I mean, for sure, they have the first speaker. I don't know if the speakers want to already come or if you like, I mean, sure, I mean, sooner or later. So let me introduce Fernanda Ocampo. She doesn't know, but we are brothers and sisters. Yes, because we have the same Doktorvater. In German, you say you have a doctor father, no? And so Rödi Imbach, she got her PhD from Sorbonne. I mean, at the time it was Paris 4, Paris 4, Sorbonne Université. She is currently a lecturer and researcher at the Faculty of Philosophy and Letters of the Universidad de Buenos Aires, at the Center for Philosophical Studies of the Order of Preachers at the UNSTA, Universidad del Norte Santo Tomás de Aquino, and at the Faculty of Philosophy and Letters of the Universidad Católica Argentina. It's striking how many jobs each one of you have to make ends meet. Her main research interests focus on metaphysical, epistemological, logical, and anthropological issues in scholasticism, especially in authors from the 13th century. Her paper is on ens y res a la luz de la tesis de la distinctio realis, Tomás de Aquino, Egidio Romano, y Enrique de Gante. She will tell us how Enrique de Gante is the smartest.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Tobías, por la presentación. Muchas gracias a todos y por este espacio, por escucharme. ¿Se me oye bien? Sí. Bien. Bien, comienzo entonces. La cuestión del orden ha estado ligada desde sus comienzos a las doctrinas medievales de los trascendentales. En efecto, es generalmente aceptado que los trascendentales expresan modos comunes del ente, ens, existiendo entre ellos un ordenamiento esencial de anterioridad y posterioridad. Así, esta multiplicidad ordenada suele presuponer un primero, a saber el ente, del cual derivan los restantes trascendentales. No obstante, entre los pensadores medievales, la lista y la secuencia de dichas nociones no ha sido siempre la misma. En efecto, a la tríada inicial de uno verdadero y bueno, Tomás de Aquino interpone en segundo lugar, después del ens, la noción de res, cosa, explicando que si este término extrae su razón de la esencia o quididad de la cosa, el nombre ens extrae su ratio del ser. En este sentido, tal como señala Jan Ersten, esta diferenciación ratione entre ens y res parecería tener su fundamento en la distinción real establecida por Tomás entre el ser, actus essendi, y la esencia, essentia, decantándose el dominico por una clara primacía del ens por sobre la res. Siendo esto así, podría asumirse que aquellos autores que afirman la distinctio realis y aquellos que la rechazan se alinean en sus respectivas concepciones acerca de estas primeras nociones. No obstante, no parece que esto sea así. En efecto, el análisis concreto de algunas doctrinas puntuales acerca de los trascendentales en autores del siglo XIII muestra que tal alineamiento no existe y que tanto entre los detractores de la distinctio realis, como por ejemplo Sigerio de Brabante, Godofredo de Fontaine, Enrique de Gante, entre otros, como entre sus defensores, como los que aquí consideraremos, Tomás de Aquino y Enrique y Egidio Romano, existen discrepancias en cuanto al modo concreto de entender las nociones de ens y res y el orden de prioridad entre ellas. Esto no resulta sorprendente en el caso de los opositores a la tesis de la distinción real, si tenemos en cuenta el hecho de que existe entre ellos una divergencia en cuanto al modo de entender la distinción entre el ser y la esencia, a saber, según una diferenciación que puede ser intencional, lógica o meramente nominal. No obstante, en el grupo de los que sí aceptan la distinción real, la posibilidad de un desacuerdo no parece tan evidente. Este es el caso, sin embargo, del agustino Egidio Romano, que siendo un firme defensor y promotor de la tesis de la Distinctio Realis, elabora una doctrina metafísica acerca de las nociones trascendentales que no parece estar en consonancia con la de quien fuera su maestro en París, Tomás de Aquino. En efecto, en sus Theoremata de esse et essentia, Egidio establece una distinción entre ens y existens, declarando que la noción de ente, ens, expresa aquello en virtud de lo cual una cosa pertenece a una categoría sin incluir el ser, el esse, de modo que mientras toda cosa es un ente en virtud de su esencia, essentia, no obstante es un existente, existens, en virtud de su ser, ese, o como él lo llamará, ese actuale. En el mismo sentido, excluyendo aparentemente la noción de res de la lista de nociones trascendentales, el agustino afirma igualmente en sus cuestiones de esse et essentia que una cosa es ens, una, bona y vera por su esencia, per suam essentiam. Ahora bien, esta enseñanza parece entrar en contradicción con la doctrina de Tomás de Aquino, para quien, aunque la noción compuesta de ens expresa tanto la esencia como el esse de la cosa, su ratio deriva del esse, del actus essendi, enfatizando explícitamente el aspecto de ser de la cosa. Al mismo tiempo, todas las nociones que siguen a ens y que son convertibles con él, como res, unum, verum, bonum, deberían presumiblemente en Tomás expresar el mismo contenido compuesto, tanto la esencia como el esse de la cosa, aunque enfatizando explícitamente, en cada caso, diferentes aspectos o propiedades del ente, su talidad, su indivisión, su inteligibilidad, su apetibilidad, etc., como modos generales que se siguen de todo ente en cuanto ente y así finalmente en virtud de su ser. Si Egidio no coincide con la opinión de Tomás, pareciendo inclinarse hacia una concepción esencialista del ens y de las demás nociones trascendentales, es porque en nuestra opinión posee una comprensión diferente tanto de la naturaleza de la distinción real como de la naturaleza de los elementos distinguidos, a saber el esse y la essentia. Esta discrepancia conduce al curioso hecho de que, siendo Egidio un defensor de la Distinctio Realis, sin embargo parece estar de acuerdo con uno de sus grandes detractores, Enrique de Gante, en la concepción de los comunia, en la que ens y res parecen quedar identificados y entendidos de manera equitativa, trastocando así el orden trascendental establecido por Tomás. Nuestra hipótesis es que, aunque existe un desacuerdo fundamental entre Egidio y Enrique en cuanto a la modalidad de la distinción esse essentia en la criatura, postulando Egidio una distinción real mientras que Enrique una distinción intencional, la concepción metafísica egidiana está finalmente gobernada, al igual que en el caso de su oponente, por el concepto de esencia y no de esse como núcleo fundamental de la realidad. Ahora bien, al igual que sus predecesores o contemporáneos, Egidio no ha escrito ningún tratado específico y separado acerca de las nociones trascendentales. No obstante, creemos que es posible rastrear en su obra diversos elementos que permitirían reconstruir una doctrina sólida, coherente y de rasgos bien definidos. Sin poder en este acotado espacio dar cuenta del conjunto de su doctrina en toda su complejidad, retomaremos algunos elementos y pasajes centrales directamente relacionados con la temática aquí discutida, a saber la concepción del ens y demás nociones trascendentales, y en particular su relación con la noción de res. La exposición y análisis estarán fundados en dos obras tempranas de tenor metafísico en las que hemos creído encontrar indicadores inequívocos: las cuestiones metafisicales y los teoremata de esse et essentia. Sin pretensión de exhaustividad y dejando abierta la posibilidad de futuros hallazgos, nuestro modesto aporte consistirá en evidenciar que ya en estas obras tempranas se manifiesta una concepción esencialista de la trascendentalidad. La doctrina en las cuestiones metafisicales. Antes de adentrarnos en el análisis de los elementos presentes en esta obra temprana, hay que advertir que las cuestiones metafisicales, a diferencia de otros comentarios a la obra de Aristóteles, no constituyen un texto compuesto por el autor, sino una reportatio de un alumno, redactada probablemente entre los años 1268 y 1272, correspondiente a un curso de metafísica impartido por Egidio mientras éste era bachiller en teología en París durante el segundo periodo de enseñanza de Tomás de Aquino. Silvia Donati ha puesto de relieve las dudas que podrían surgir en relación con la autenticidad de esta reportatio, pues a diferencia de los otros comentarios a la obra de Aristóteles, que sí fueron redactados por Egidio, en este caso no existe una tradición manuscrita abundante con la cual controlar la fidelidad del texto en cuestión, y además la obra se encuentra mencionada en tan solo una de las listas más antiguas de la ópera egidiana. No obstante, como sostiene la misma autora, además de que esto puede explicarse precisamente por su naturaleza de reportatio, la autenticidad de las cuestiones estaría asegurada por algunos reenvíos directos del mismo Egidio a esta obra y por los numerosos paralelismos doctrinales que la misma autora manifiesta haber encontrado con otras obras de autoría indiscutida. Dicho esto, podemos comenzar. Se trata de una obra compuesta por 91 cuestiones en las que se abordan diversos temas con ocasión del comentario de algunos libros, no todos de la metafísica. Por nuestra parte, nos centraremos únicamente en algunas de las 14 cuestiones relativas al libro cuarto. Así, partiendo de la tesis aristotélica de que existe una única ciencia cuyo objeto de estudio es el ente en cuanto ente, Egidio se embarca en el análisis del uno, preguntándose en 4 cuestiones sucesivas, de las cuestiones 5 a 8, si el uno, que es principio del número, se convierte con el ente, si puede haber algún uno que se convierta con el ente, si el uno añade algo real al ente y si el uno añade algo, según la noción, aliquid rationis, al ente. Como no nos es posible aquí entrar en detalle en cada una de estas cuestiones, sintetizaremos las tesis más importantes para el presente propósito. Pues bien, ya en la cuestión 5, Egidio rechaza que el uno, que es principio del número, unum codes principium numeri, y que por lo tanto pertenece al género de la cantidad, sea el que se convierte con el ente. En efecto, puesto que el uno, que es principio del número, es del género de la cantidad, éste no trasciende su propio género. Por el contrario, el ente trasciende la cantidad, ens transcendit quantitatem, por lo que no pueden ser convertibles. Esta primera ratio deja a salvo que el unum trascendental debe tener, al igual que el ens, alcance máximamente universal y así poder circular por todas las categorías del ente. Recordemos que también Tomás de Aquino, en su comentario a Metafísica 4.2, sostiene esta misma tesis. Una vez excluido el 1 como principio del número, Egidio se pregunta, en la cuestión 6, si puede haber algún uno que se convierta con el ente. Se inquiere aquí por el unum per essentia. En su respuesta, moviliza la doctrina aristotélica en Metafísica 4.2 y explica que, según el filósofo, el ente y el uno se acompañan recíprocamente y ambos expresan la misma naturaleza, eandem naturam. No obstante, no es, según una idéntica ratio, que una naturaleza se llama ente y una, sed non una ratione y la natura dicitur ens et unum. Pues la ratio del ente es distinta de la ratio del uno, y las nociones de uno y otro se toman de propietates distintas. Así como de la misma manera afirmará Egidio en la cuestión 8 que también lo verdadero y lo bueno, aunque se conviertan con el ente y signifiquen la misma naturaleza, expresan rationes diversas. Ahora bien, volviendo al 1, mientras que la noción de ens se toma del ser ese de la cosa, la noción de unum se toma de su indivisión. Ratio entis sumitur ab esse, ratio unius sumitur ab indivisione. Y en esto conviene hacer la siguiente aclaración. Hay un orden trascendental entre el uno, entre el ente y el uno, siendo primero el ens, ya que, como dice Egidio, la indivisión de una cosa procede de su entidad, indivisio consequitur omnem entitatem. Y puesto que una cosa es un ens por su ser, ese, por ese mismo hecho de que algo tiene ser, también tiene inseparablemente indivisión. También en esto cabe recordar que Tomás, en su comentario a Metafísica 4.2, sostiene la convertibilidad entre las nociones de ens y unum, la identidad en cuanto a la naturaleza que dichas nociones significan y la diferenciación ratione entre ellas. Dicho esto, podría pensarse, siendo el agustino defensor de la tesis de la distinción real, seguidor de Tomás de Aquino en este punto, que la propiedad de ser de una cosa, por la cual un ente es llamado ens, tiene su fundamento ontológico en el acto de ser, en el esse actuale, como él lo llama. Sin embargo, como veremos, no es así, y el ejemplo de Egidio en este contexto consigue ponerlo de manifiesto. En efecto, argumenta: por aquello mismo, por lo que algo tiene el ser, tiene también ser indiviso en sí mismo y ser distinto de otro. Y completa en primera persona: por la misma forma y materia por la que tengo el ser hombre, tengo el no ser asno y el no ser cabra, y tengo el ser distinto con respecto a todo otro. A partir de este ejemplo, nos resulta claro que cuando Egidio sostiene que se dice que una cosa es un ens en cuanto tiene ser, el esse se refiere no al acto de ser por el cual una cosa es o existe, sino a su esencia, en tanto es un esse tale, que Egidio llama, incluso en algunos pasajes de esta misma obra, esse essentiale o esse essentie. Ratifica esta interpretación el hecho de que más adelante, en la cuestión 5 correspondiente al libro 10 de la Metafísica, donde Egidio se pregunta por la oposición entre lo uno y lo múltiple, y por lo tanto también entre lo uno trascendental y lo múltiple trascendental, el romano, tratando de lo trascendental, propone una argumentación y un ejemplo que apuntan a la forma como causa del ser tal de todo ens. Como veremos más adelante, este ejemplo se reproduce también en sus teoremata de esse tessentia y por su importancia repararemos en él especialmente. En efecto, es en el marco de la comparación entre la multitudo que se opone al unum trascendental, en donde Egidio vuelve a explicar que por eso mismo, por lo que algo tiene el ser ente, tiene también el ser indiviso, esto es, el ser idéntico a sí mismo y el ser distinto de los demás. Y es de esta indivisión de cualquier ente con respecto a sí mismo, que constituye su identidad propia, de donde se toma la ratio de unidad que sigue a todo ente. Y añade: toda forma, sea accidental o sustancial, da un cierto ser compuesto, dat aliquod esse compositum, y una cierta perfección, aliquam perfectionem, y por consiguiente un ser tal, tale esse. Pues, y aquí viene el ejemplo que nos interesa, así como esta forma, a saber la sabiduría, da el ser y una cierta perfección al sabio, es decir, el ser sabio, y por esto mismo que da tal ser al sabio le da que esté individido de los demás, a saber de los necios, y que él mismo sea indiviso, así sucede en el caso de la forma en relación con el ens y el unum. Pues parece que es por la misma forma que una cosa tiene el ser ente y el ser una. Que este es el papel de la forma, nos parece, lo afirma claramente el romano en la cuestión 1 correspondiente al libro 1 de la Metafísica, cuando sostiene que la forma se dice que es ente, no porque tenga ser en sí misma, lo cual es falso, sino porque es la razón de ser algo de aquello de lo que la forma es forma. Esta misma idea y ejemplos se replicarán, como veremos, en los teoremata de esse tessentia. En todo caso, resulta a nuestro modo de ver claro que el principio ontológico que parece estar en la base de las propiedades a partir de las cuales se toman las rationes de los distintos trascendentales no es el esse entendido como actus essendi o en la terminología de Egidio como esse actuale, sino el esse tale de la forma sustancial. Paso ahora a la doctrina en los teoremata de esse tessentia. Es también en esta obra posterior, los teoremata de esse tessentia, compuesta probablemente en Italia entre los años 1281 y 1285, donde se puede encontrar nuevamente, aunque no una presentación sistemática de los trascendentales, sí trazos fundamentales sobre este tipo de nociones que, como veremos, concuerdan perfectamente con la descripción esbozada en las cuestiones metafisicales. En efecto, es en el marco del teorema 13 en el que Egidio se propone mostrar que todo lo que está por debajo del primer principio, esto es, de toda criatura, es un ente por su esencia, per essentiam suam, aunque existit, en virtud de un ser sobreañadido a su esencia o naturaleza, per esse superaditum essentie vel nature, donde podemos hallar esta caracterización fundamental. Allí se puede hallar esta caracterización fundamental. Así entonces, para probar la primera parte del teorema, es decir, que todo lo que está por debajo del primer principio es un ens por su esencia, Egidio moviliza nuevamente el texto de Metafísica 4.2. En primer lugar, advierte que según el filósofo en el libro cuarto de la Metafísica, ente y uno son lo mismo, sunt idem, dicen la misma naturaleza, dicunt eandem naturam, y se implican recíprocamente. Sin embargo, ens y unum no dicen lo mismo según una idéntica ratio, de modo que al decir que el ente es uno, no hay una repetición inútil, non est ibi nugatio. Por otra parte, más adelante en el texto, subraya también la tesis de la extensión universal de estas dos nociones, al afirmar que éstas se predican no solo de todas las realidades, sino que, significando ambas nociones lo mismo, hay una correspondencia en la división de estas nociones en sus especies o modalidades, de modo que hay tantas modalidades del uno cuantas modalidades del ente y viceversa. Sin embargo, como hemos dicho, hay entre ens y unum una distinción según la noción. La expresión de Egidio es secundum modum intelligendi et secundum rationem. El romano señala que mientras la ratio de ens consiste en una afirmación, consistit impositione, la ratio de unum consiste en una privación. En efecto, una naturaleza se llama entidad, entitas, en la medida en que confiere un ser tal, un esse tale, y por lo tanto algo positivo, quid positive, a la cosa. Sin embargo, una naturaleza se llama unidad, unitas, en cuanto que confiriendo ese ser tal, dando esse tale, confiere a la cosa el ser indivisa en sí misma y distinta respecto de las otras cosas. Así pues, puesto que el uno indica una cierta indivisión e indistinción, su ratio consiste en una privación. Además, las nociones difieren también en que, aunque ambas nombran una y la misma cosa, de modo que todo ente es uno y todo lo que es uno es ente, el concepto de ente, intellectus entis, precede al concepto de uno porque primero se capta que una cosa posee un ser tal y que es ente, antes de saber que es indistinta e indivisa. En este sentido, así como la negación solo se comprende por referencia a la afirmación, así también la captación privativa del uno se funda y presupone la captación afirmativa del ente. Ahora bien, si como hemos visto ens y unum difieren entre sí secundum modum intelligendi e secundum rationem, ¿cuál sería el fundamento ontológico de estas diferentes rationes? Pues bien, Egidio responde, ahora sí de manera directa e inequívoca, que aquello que en la cosa hace que una cosa sea ente y una es la forma. Quelivet forma dat rei quod sit ens et dat ei quod sit una. Pues argumenta que toda cosa es un algo, un aliquid, y es indistinta e indivisa, considerada en sí misma y distinta de las demás, por su propia forma. Quelivet res performam suam est aliquid et es indistinta a se et distinta a valis. Egidio compara la actuación de la forma en relación con el sujeto que la recibe con el caso de la sabiduría, recurriendo al mismo ejemplo que ya habíamos señalado en las cuestiones metafisicales. De este modo afirma que así como la sabiduría da al sujeto el ser sabio, de manera semejante, la forma da al sujeto el ser tal por el que la cosa es un ens. Y así como la sabiduría da al sujeto aquello por lo que el sujeto sabio es idéntico con su propia sabiduría y aquello por lo que es distinto de otras sabidurías de otros sujetos, así también la forma da al sujeto el ser indiviso e idéntico a sí mismo y el ser distinto de las demás cosas. Esto es el ser algo uno. Ya termino. Llegados hasta aquí, esta concepción esbozada en los teoremata parece coincidir perfectamente con aquella esgrimida en las cuestiones metafisicales. Respecto a esta doctrina, que se manifiesta como consistente y coherente, podemos sacar algunas conclusiones. En efecto, se observan al menos 3 desplazamientos de sentido en relación con la doctrina de Tomás de Aquino. En primer lugar, con respecto a la noción de ens, mientras que para Tomás ens dice la cosa, el compuesto de ser y esencia, en cuanto es, y así el nombre se impone a partir del ser de la cosa, Para Egidio, en cambio, ens dice la cosa, propiamente una naturaleza, en tanto es un ser tal, esse tale, y así el nombre parece imponerse a partir de la esencia de la cosa. Segundo, en cuanto al fundamento ontológico del modo o aspecto en virtud de lo cual una cosa es llamada ente, está claro que en Tomás este fundamento es el actus essendi, es decir, el acto de ser como principio ontológico real de la cosa. Para Egidio, en cambio, aquel principio ontológico en virtud de lo cual una naturaleza es un ente, no es el acto de ser, el esse actuale, sino, como hemos intentado mostrar, la forma sustancial. Por último y en tercer lugar, mientras que en Tomás podría afirmarse que todos los trascendentales se siguen del ente como modos generales suyos, derivan del ente en tanto tiene acto de ser. En Egidio, en cambio, la diversidad de los trascendentales parece seguirse del ente en cuanto a su esencia. Pero, ¿qué ocurre entonces con la noción de res, segunda en la lista de las nociones trascendentales admitida por Tomás de Aquino, que según él se tomaba de la esencia o quidida de la cosa? No la hemos visto mencionada en el discurso de Egidio sobre los transcendentia, sino en las cuestiones metafisicales, como una de las dos primeras nociones impresas en el alma, según el decir de Avicena en su Metafísica. En efecto, en la cuestión 7, cuando Egidio se pregunta si el uno añade algo al ente, el agustino cita a Avicena, para quien mientras ens y res se imprimen primero en el alma, todas las demás nociones, esto es, las restantes nociones distintas de ens y res, se imprimen en el alma posteriormente. De modo que estas nociones se relacionan con aquello conocido en primer lugar por adición. En esto, la doctrina del filósofo persa sobre la anterioridad de las nociones de ens y res parece ser utilizada tan solo como recurso autoritativo en apoyo de la tesis de que el unum añade algo al ente, en la medida en que es conocido con posterioridad al ente. Pero no hay mayores precisiones respecto de cuál sea la diferencia entre los conceptos de ens y res y si existe un orden de prioridad entre ellos. El desarrollo argumentativo, empero, parece indicar que ambas nociones trascendentales son igualmente primeras, lo cual, por otro lado, estaría en sintonía con la concepción aviceniana que no establece ningún orden jerárquico entre ellas. No obstante, si, como hemos intentado mostrar, la noción de ens en Egidio deriva de su ratio no del esse actuale de la cosa, sino de su esencia o forma, entonces no parece que exista suficiente fundamento en la doctrina egidiana para una distinción ratione entre ente y cosa. Habiendo el ente absorbido la significación de la cosa, res resultaría forzosamente una noción sinónima. Esto marcaría un distanciamiento, no solo respecto de Tomás, que establece un orden de prioridad del ente por sobre la cosa, sino también respecto de Avicena, pues lo cierto es que, independientemente del orden que se establezca entre ens y res, se trata para ambos autores de nociones trascendentales diversas que expresan rationes diversas. ¿Cómo entender entonces este deslizamiento de sentido por parte de un autor, Egidio, que parece haber defendido algún tipo de distinción real entre el ser y la esencia? Ya termino, último párrafo. Pues bien, tal como parece ser evidente a partir del teorema 13, aquello que era expresado por Tomás en la noción de res, ahora es expresado por Egidio en la noción de existence. Pues mientras una cosa se llama ens en virtud de su esencia, que le confiere la pertenencia a una categoría, por otro lado se dice existente, existens, en cuanto que es o existe in rerum natura, según su ser actual. A pesar de esto, y aunque admitamos que no hay en Egidio un ens sin existence, ya que para Egidio no hay una esencia sin un ser, ni un ser sin una esencia, las propiedades trascendentales no parecen derivarse de la cosa en tanto existente, sino de la cosa en tanto que ente. Si no nos equivocamos, el ser actual, esse actuale, que Egidio parece entender como un mero dador de existencia, que simplemente pone las esencias in rerum natura, no parece aportar en nada las perfecciones de las cosas, simplemente las hace existir. La esencia y la forma es, en última instancia, el núcleo metafísico último de la realidad, de donde surgen todas las perfecciones, incluidas las perfecciones trascendentales del ente. Bueno, me quedo ahí la comparación con Enrique, pero gracias. Perdón.
Muchas gracias, Fernanda. Tenemos unos minutos para preguntas. Y una pregunta puede ser, ¿qué quisieras decir después? Pero lo dejo, sí, lo dejo a los otros. Sí, Giovanni.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Mi pregunta es en inglés.
Sí, okay.
Cool. Sorry, my Spanish is not so good. So, I was wondering why Gilles is doing this shift with Aquinas, because like both the theories seems really similar.
Sorry, both.
I said like I was wondering why Gilles was doing this shift, this
Yes.
difference with Aquinas, because it seems really really similar. Like because like also Aquinas says that the second transcendental is the res, that is actually this pointing on the essence of things, but he has this concern with the ends that has to be grounded in the hesse, because he has also in mind God, the difference between God and creature and everything. So the actus essendi is the ground of whole Aquinas metaphysics, so to say. And I wanted to understand what are the reason why Gilles makes this difference, and if there are some metaphysical consequences on this. Because like for sure, naturally, also like the way to conceive God has to change in some sense or another. Because like, for example, Aquinas always have this kind of three difference inside the creature and also in God. Like God is not only esse, is like there is a coincidence between his essence and esse, and then it is an ens. So it tries to make this difference also in God, at least in our mind, in our consideration. So I wanted just to understand why Gilles make this shift, and if there are some consequences. Sorry for the long question.
No, it's okay. Shall I answer in English or in, bueno, en español sí. No, simplemente lo que intenté mostrar o mínimamente es que me parece que este cambio tiene que ver justamente con el último, a ver, con el lugar en donde para Egidio surgen todas las perfecciones de una cosa, y en definitiva con una comprensión distinta de lo que es el acto de ser, o de lo que es el ser. Me parece que pasa justamente por ahí, porque yo entiendo que sí, para Egidio es tal como lo dicen los teorémata, e incluso, bueno, como está expresado en la Reportatio, el ese es entendido, bueno, para Tomás es el acto de los actos, la perfección de las perfecciones, es un principio intrínseco al ente que compone en el ente creado, junto con la esencia, el ente compuesto, ¿no? Y me parece que ahí justamente hay una diferencia entre Egidio y Tomás, entre lo que es la naturaleza de la distinción real y la naturaleza de los principios distinguidos. La naturaleza, estoy tomando naturaleza en un sentido amplio, ¿no? Y me parece que justamente en Egidio el acto de ser es aquello que simplemente pone a una cosa en la existencia, en la naturaleza de las cosas. Entonces, el argumento que yo intenté exponer es que, en definitiva, las perfecciones trascendentales del ente no derivan del ente en cuanto a su actus essendi, porque ese actus essendi o ese esse en Egidio no es más aquel acto que pone a las cosas en la naturaleza, en el mundo real, en el mundo extramental, sino que en definitiva derivan de la esencia, o sea, que están contenidas o surgen a partir de la esencia misma. Entonces ahí hay una concepción que me parece, para algunas interpretaciones, es distinta de la concepción de Aquino, que entiende al ese como un principio como principios que son recíprocamente intrínsecos el uno con el otro. En el caso, pero esta es una interpretación y no estoy del todo segura porque tengo que estudiarlo bastante más, en el caso de Egidio me da la impresión de que si bien él dice que el ser nunca puede estar separado de la esencia, ni la esencia del ser, no parecen ser principios que estén intrínsecamente compenetrados el uno con el otro, o que sean parece ser como exteriores el uno al otro, aunque se den siempre de manera conjunta, ¿no? Eso sí quiero subrayarlo porque no es cierto que Egidio proponga, bueno, eso claramente una antecedencia de la esencia respecto del ser o del ser respecto de la esencia, pero me parece que hay una clara diferencia, o según algunas interpretaciones, incluso porque en el mismo tomismo está discutido, entre lo que sería la noción de ese. Que en Egidio es el ese es el existere, o sea, aquello por lo cual una cosa es o existe en la realidad. Entonces, lo que hace el ese, por eso al final traté simplemente de decir muy rápidamente que el ese en realidad en Egidio no aporta nada a la cosa en este sentido. A ver, yo podría decir que como la esencia nunca se da sin el ese, en último término, en este sentido, las nociones trascendentales derivan del ese porque no serían sin el ese que las hace existir. Pero el fondo de la realidad metafísico es la esencia. Eso es lo que yo quise más o menos transmitir. Y perdón.
Otra pregunta, Los. No, un comento, más un comento que muchas gracias, ese era muy claro, era tu ponencia. Y me llama la atención que la persona, maybe I say it in English, it's easier, the outlier, the weird person, the unusual person is Thomas Aquinas in this whole story. I think. I mean, this whole idea of actus essendi, that is the perfectio perfectionum, and then that is being received. It's final. I mean, it becomes finite because essences that don't yet exist, but they somehow constrain the being, and so it's received. And I find. I mean. I find it so striking that the whole discussion after Aquinas, nobody follows him on that point. And in particular, what is so interesting also in what you said, Giles of Rome is his disciple, and on many issues, he follows Thomas one-to-one, so much so that I think Giles was condemned because they really wanted to condemn Aquinas, but he is a Dominican and he has too much power in the church, the Dominican order. But anyway, that's a side story. But it's so striking that Thomas was not followed by anybody on this idea.
Gracias, Tobías, por tu comentario. Sí, de hecho, bueno, a mí cuando leí todos estos textos, bueno, también me extrañó y, bueno, lo que simplemente quería agregar, no llegué con Enrique de Gante, que igual, bueno, es un autor que todavía tengo una deuda con él, pero sí me dio la impresión, un poco por las investigaciones de Ersten y otros autores, que más allá de la diferencia en cuanto a cómo concibe cada autor la distinción entre el ser y la esencia, que en Enrique de Gante, si no entiendo mal, la res, en cuanto de res a ratitudine, o sea, en ese sentido, es en donde, bueno, según Ersten, se ubica la trascendentalidad. Y él dice, el mismo Ersten, que en realidad en la noción de res no es mencionada en Egidio porque está de vuelta fagocitada o ya incorporada en la noción de ens. El ens en el fondo es la cosa quiditativamente hablando. Y creo que en eso coincide con la doctrina de Egidio. Entiendo que en Egidio, en definitiva, el ens es la cosa entendida quiditativamente. Bueno, lo va a decir después en sus cuestiones de SIEPM, cuando dice que ens significa la cosa del predicamento, las figuras de los predicamentos o las categorías, ¿no? Aquello, el ese quiditativamente hablando, ¿no? El ese se entiende, en definitiva.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Now it is my pleasure to introduce Danila Maslov, who holds a doctorate in philosophy from Lomonosov Moscow State University. Your academic career includes positions at Moscow State University. No, you're not
anymore.
No, okay, not anymore. So maybe, where are you now?
Universidade Federal de Ribeirão Preto,
Okay.
Brasil.
Okay.
That's really.
Very good. Okay. So, but you have your specializations encompass critical edition of medieval texts. Trying. We all are trying. Yes. Paleography and analysis of medieval Latin commentaries on the works of Aristotle. The title of your paper is The Order of Principles, Question Commentaries on Aristotle's Metaphysics 4 in the 13th and 14th centuries.
And we'll go to the 15th.
Okay, very good. Yes, yeah, you can take part. Thank you.
So first, thank you very much. Thanks to organizers for the opportunity to speak here at this marvelous conference. And second, yes, and second, I should say sorry in advance for the very user-unfriendly way of slides passing rapidly behind my back. Right. So they will go fast. So
I will sit on the other side.
So these are two principles in the way they are usually formalized: the principle of identity and the principle of non-contradiction. How are they related to each other? According to Jan Lukasiewicz, in his work on the principle of contradiction in Aristotle, published in 1910, they are neither synonymous nor equivalent. That is, they have different meaning and they don't follow from each other. Lukasiewicz points out that these principles had been mixed up for centuries and that they are not the same principle. And the same is true, he believes, about the common misconception that the principle of non-contradiction can be deduced from the principle of identity. One doesn't follow from another. Indeed, we see it well here, and for the sake of clarity, we might substitute capital A for small a. A equals A for the principle of identity, like in Frege's famous article in the beginning, and capital A for the principle of non-contradiction for P, a proposition, in another case. A stands for the term, while P stands for a proposition. So we see the whole difference here. Marieke Berkers and Voutagoris, and also myself, show that the idea that the principle of identity is the first principle goes back to Peter Auvergne, who was used by Antonius Andreas later, whose Questiones in Metaphysicum in their turn were the most popular questiones in the later Middle Ages, as Paul Baker showed for Paris, 15th century Paris, and which looks probable for Cambridge and Oxford. It's the most widespread manuscript of Questiones in Metaphysicum in Cambridge and Oxford libraries. And also influenced second scholasticism, from which this idea that the principle of identity is the first principle eventually reached Leibniz. I will quote once again the passage from Peter Auvergne, just one of the passages, where he speaks about the order of propositions. So there's an order of propositions and there's an order of terms, and they're kind of parallel to each other. It looks like Peter wanted to bring clarity to the topic where there had been confusion. When we look at the question commentaries on Metaphysics 4, written in the early 1270s, we find that the principles of non-contradiction, identity, excluded middle, and double negation, they are all a little bit mixed up. One of the examples is Seguier of Brabant, who explicitly mixes up the principle of double negation with the principle of non-contradiction in his question commentaries on metaphysics. Another example is Richard of Clive, who puts together the principle of identity, the principle of double negation, but treats them in the Quaestio, which is supposed to treat the principle of non-contradiction, in fact. It may be that apart from other concerns, wanted to put these principles apart from each other to bring clarity into this picture. It wasn't simply a matter, we might say, of putting them in order, though. Peter doesn't say that the principle of non-contradiction follows from the principle of identity. But he makes clear there's a difference between them. They're not the same thing. But what was the context for him? What order is he speaking about? This context wasn't a discussion of logical entailment or deduction, but apparently the order of knowledge, which also isn't simply temporal order, but one might say the order of dependency. The question Peter asks is whether one who knows anything should know the first principle. Thus, the first principle is viewed as a precondition of knowledge. This question is close to the one we find in Siger of Brabant and Anonymus Lipsiensis in the early 1270s, around that time, whether the first principle is the principle of other principles, aliarum dignitatum. To sum this up, apparently there are several questions about the primacy of the principle. First, what kind of primacy is presupposed here? That is, what kind of order? In reality itself, the metaphysical order, they are not speaking about that. Later, Francis of Miron will go in that direction in 1320s in his De Primum Principio Complexo and other works. Is it an order of logical entailment or deduction, or is it an order of knowledge? What is actually meant when someone calls the principle the first principle? If it is the order of knowledge, is it a temporal order or a causal order? Again, in what sense? Of a sufficient or a necessary cause? Or some other order of epistemic preconditions? And all this we may ask in respect of the second question, on the relationship between first principles themselves, what we have just mentioned. And the third question, the separate one, is how first principles stand to other principles, because this is why they're first. Lukasiewicz notes yet another persistent misconception, that the principle of non-contradiction is the principle of other principles. This is what Aristotle apparently says, and this is false. In Questions on Metaphysics 4, it was, to my knowledge, Anonymus Aureliensis, an anonymous author, according to Silvia Donati, wrote in around 1290s in England, who first pointed out that omne totum est maius sua parte doesn't follow from the principle of non-contradiction. Until 1330, the discussion on the primacy of the principle went more or less along the same lines in the shadow of Peter of Auvergne's contribution. The most original author was Francis of Marcia, who claimed that the very notion of contradiction is not embedded in the principle of identity. The story after 1330 is less known. There's an article by Anna Rier-Schmidt where she gives a brief look at Buridan, she mentions Buridan, rather, and an article by Egbert Bosse on Marsilius of Ingen on the principle of non-contradiction, where he briefly mentions the main claims of the question on the primacy of the principles. Here we should say that Buridan was, in a way, the turning point. As he says in Lectura Erfordiensis, published by the Reich, that he, Buridan, doesn't really care which principle goes first. He seems to believe that all the discussion on whether the principle of identity or the principle of non-contradiction is the first principle isn't worth it. And yet his question is quite detailed and quite lengthy, and he's certainly innovative there. Why isn't it important? Apparently, among other things, because there is no logical order or epistemic order between the first principles. There's a plurality of them. When we look at Marsilius of... just to mention briefly what Buridan does, he speaks that there are, two via, and Marsilius of Ingen goes after him in that respect, via simplicitatis and evidentia. So there's the order of principles in the sense that one is more simple than the others. And there's another order, and they don't coincide, the order of evidence and of something being evident. So there are more evident principles and less evident ones, or more evident propositions and less evident propositions. And they don't coincide. For example, disjunctive propositions may be more evident in their truth than simple propositions about states of things. But the principle of non-contradiction isn't first in neither order. So it's not first. It's first only in the sense that it cannot be proved by anything else. In that sense, well, it stays first. And when we look at Marsilius of Wingen, it's somewhat of a disappointment. He merely reiterates all the main points that Buridan makes, with some less important additions, minor developments, and one could even say digressions. So here he lists many principles, like there's a long list of them. And it's not that they follow from each other, even though they're put in order, but this is not the order, in logical order, certainly. And sorry, we'll change the slide now. Okay. Sorry, no. That's for the next thing. So, unlike Buridan, Marsilius lays stress on the order of experience, on what knowledge, what principles comes first after birth. So, this is an empirical order and a temporal order as well. Now, a few words about the reception of Buridan and Marsilius in 15th century Krakow. Clearly we have that general picture that the first half of the century is Buridanism, and towards the end of it there's Albertism. In the first half of the century, the authors follow Buridan and Marsilius. Thus, Ioannis of Raciborsko laconically repeats Buridan's main points and mentions both Buridan and Marsilius by name. The anonymous text from mid-1440s makes, as it appears, the same point as Buridan and Marsilius. The first principle is first in the sense that it's not demonstrated from some other writer. It's hardly readable. so to me, but I think he says that. Other texts are also interesting. That's the author of Puncta Cracoviense in Duodecim Libros Metaphysicae Aristotelis, written circa 1450, makes several interesting points. The anonymous author puts the question utrum omnes demonstrationes possunt reduce ad primum principium and argues against it. So the claim that demonstrative proof demonstrations are reduced to the first principle as the founded thing on its foundation, there it's mixed up. He objects. The first principle is the foundation of all the other demonstrations, but only virtually so. It's also not necessary that the first principle is put in any proof as a premise. It suffices that the respondent is led to the opposite of the first principle, and in this way there is no infinite regress in reducing demonstrations to the first principle. It's not clear what is meant by infinite regress here, but apparently the author has in mind a proof by way of reductio ad absurdum. By reaching the self-contradiction, we prove the truth of the opposite to the initial assumption. And thus, the principle of non-contradiction is not among the premises, but it is still implicitly or virtually there. The very formulation of the question is new. We don't find this kind of question in the 13th, 14th centuries. Here it is put not in respect of other principia or dignitates, but in respect of demonstrationes. It looks like it's the inertia of speaking about dignitates or principles that makes the author, perhaps the scribe, actor, but probably author, write aliarum omnium demonstrationem, for they are not alia, really, from the principle. The principle is not itself a demonstration, clearly. But where does the question come from? We have earlier puncta, manuscript 2099 from the same library, and the same question there. Utrum omnes demonstrationes sint reducibilis ad primum principium. According to Markowski and Vlodek, this one was written by Jan of Slupcha in 1433. He must have been a young man at the time. And the author makes a similar point. Note, he writes, some principles, like every whole is bigger than its part, are such that they enter the demonstration formally. And these are the principles properly so called. Others are common ones. They don't enter the demonstration formally, but only virtually. For these are made of most common terms, like the first principle is prior in any demonstration, although not formally but virtually. So this is recognizable. The principle is the most evident one, because the middle term by which it can be demonstrated is lacking. This is a new interpretation of Buridan and Marsilius, clearly. And the principle of this kind is the root of all the principles. Here the author takes the idea of Buridan, but slightly changes it. It's not tale principium in the sense of tale quale, which is the radix omnium principiorum. It's not in virtue, it's lacking the middle term, that it's the root of other principles. Or other first principles are lacking it too, we might say. And the author also adds, even though this principle in question is not the most evident one, however, the most evident knowledge or understanding intellectus is given by it, like this one, anything is or is not. Further on, the author makes yet another interesting point. The common principles, and the principle of non-contradiction certainly falls under this rubric, are called loci dialectici, dialectical topoi, or common places, in suis rationibus. He gives the example, the first principles of a syllogistic form are to be said of everything, to be said of nothing. Thus, the principles are like a dialectical framework for constructing arguments, the basic distinctions, and not what is literally included in the proof. To reduce demonstrations to the first principle, the author says, is nothing else than to refer the demonstrations already made to the first principle by cause of evidence. Thus, evidence is now something positively affirmed about the principle of non-contradiction. So once again, where does all this discussion come from? It comes from Buridan, but this time not from questiones in metaphysicum, but from questions on physics. The author writes, primum principium est radix et fundamentum omnium aliorum dignitatum que est latissimum, et quod fundator super latissimus et communissimis terminus. Et sidicatur, tamen Buridanus dicet primo physicorum, quod non apportet quam libet demonstrationem reduce, etc., dicetur quod verum est quod non apportet, sed potest reduce, et hoc sufficit. It's an amusing reply. It doesn't have to be reduced, but it can be reduced, and that suffices. And it also shows us the source of the point or question. So it's here. And indeed, we find this in Buridan. The first principle doesn't need to be included in the syllogism as a premise. Nor the very deduction, which is the syllogism. Let's rephrase Buridan a little here. Needs to be reduced to the principle of non-contradiction. Finally, there are 3 anonymous copies of Questiones in Metaphysics written, according to Markowski and Vlodek, in the last quarter of the 15th century, probably in the 1480s. And in one of these manuscript 2524 in Krakow, the scribe attributed them to Antonius Andreae, but apparently it's a false attribution. Here we find the question utrum omnis veritas ex veritate primi principii emanet. Here the author puts several objections. There are many principles in geometry and mathematics that aren't proved by the first principle. That truth doesn't proceed from the truth of the principle of non-contradiction. And in the case of cognition that springs from sense, this knowledge doesn't emanate literally from the first principle. In his Determinatio, however, the author practically goes back to the vague idea of orders where there is ens in the beginning and the parallelism between the complex and simple things. In cognitio simplex, simple knowledge, there is understanding of the indivisibles. In it, ens is the first principle. In the second act of the intellect, there is a proposition composed of the most general terms, and so every truth that is in the second act of the intellect emanates from the truth about anything is or is not, and about nothing both at once. But interestingly, right after this, it turns out that self-evident propositions don't come from the first principle in the sense of the act of composition and division, but only in respect to the terms, so that it looks like an apparent contradiction. Thus, every number is odd or even. It's probably the next slide. No, sorry, right. Would you please, yes, go back. Thank you. Every number is odd or even doesn't come from the principle whatever is or is not in composition, but comes from it in its terms. So all the principles don't follow ex ordine secunda operationis intellectus, et solum ex ordine prime operationis intellectus. Apparently, the author wants to say that every whole is a whole, is known better, is known before every whole is bigger than its part. Thus, the author, on the top of it, again mixes up the principles of non-contradiction and identity. But apart from that, he has an interesting discussion of the third act of the intellect. The author says that every truth in the third act of the intellect comes from the truth of the first principle. Every argument can be reduced to the modes of the first figure of the syllogism, and it's based on the first principle. For example, Barbara, if one says that the conclusion from the syllogism is false, while the premises are true, if one says that, he will generate a contradiction. It isn't clear, however, why the claim that only one side of the contradiction is true is applied to propositions in a syllogism and not to propositions outside syllogism. So, And finally, the conclusion is to conclude Buridan evolved hypothesis evolved from criticizing the notion of epistemic order of first principles to the critique of the idea that the principle of non-contradiction is a part of demonstrative proof, or is somehow behind it. And Marsilius followed him at least halfway in ridiculing and putting limits to the claim that the principle of non-contradiction goes first. The Krakowian masters, as it looks, they gradually reintroduced the early intellectual cliches, talking about the primacy of the principle, but also tried to address questions put by Buridan. Thank you.
Many thanks, Daniela. We have we have actually a few minutes for questions, so 3 people at once. Start with,
Thank you very much for your talk. I have a reflection, an observation, and then a question. I start with the general observation, is that especially if you look at authors' commentary on metaphysics of the late 13th century, it seems that there is a sort of preliminary work to see the terminology, what exactly mean for each author, before passing to the comparison among them, because it seems that sometimes there are different projects going on, different problem questions. For instance, a very recent article by Sarah Marie Leitenberger, grounding on Jan Artsen and Incharde, showed how crucial is the implicit but real use of Avicenna, first book of the Metaphysics, in the way in which Aquinas comments and understands the principle of non-contradiction in Book 4 of Metaphysics. And for him, contrary to Lukasiewicz, makes perfect sense, and it used Avicenna to make sense of it, that the other first principles are not derived, but fundantur. That means that the other first principles are first principles in their own right, per se noti, but they may be rely on the principle of non-contradiction to be demonstrated. While the principle of non-contradiction is the most fundamental, as Aristotle says. So this, for instance, is a case, so it's a more general methodological issue. So I do admit that when we work in a strictly scholastic tradition, we can also assume a sort of semantic regularity in a given terminology. But if we look at a genre like the commentary on metaphysics that sometimes are connected to teaching, sometimes are not connected to teaching, etc., it seems to me this is an observation. And now I come to my question. You said at the very beginning, you didn't develop on that, this is why I'm asking you to develop, that some author mix up the double negation and the principle of non-contradiction. Implicit in this is that there is a sort of confusion, that they are, well, but the double negation in classical logic is not a principle at all. It's a rule of derivation. And so they are not mixing up, because depending on how you interpret the double negation, you have a different notion of identity. So in one case, if you admit double negation, you put an equivalence of the tertium non datur and the principle of non-contradiction. If you admit exception in the double negation, this equivalence of the two principles doesn't, it's no longer existing. All the history of logic by Anton Dumitriu, was a Romanian logician in the 60s, said that before Buridan, nobody was aware that the tertium non datur and the principle of non-contradiction are different principles with different ranges. But precisely Jan Artsen and the literature I mentioned today casted doubt on that with, it seems to me, a good argument. This having been said, what does it mean then they confused, they mixed up double negation? It's not just that they implied a different semantization, a different understanding of the principle of non-contradiction. So I would like, my question is, could you elaborate a bit on what was behind your, let's say, critique of this mixing up?
Right. Well, thank you. That's a very interesting remark and a question, and I'll have to think about it later as well. But what I meant is literally, Sigurdur Brabant, he says ens non est non ens, and he meets the principle of non-contradiction by that, just straightforwardly. And which means that he doesn't distinguish between them, really, between ens non est non ens and the quolibet esse vel non esse. Here I'm not talking about the difference between the principle of excluded middle and the principle of non-contradiction, because they merge these things, really. Yes, but speaking about that, well, that literally is written in one of the reportations. Yes, and we saw a similar thing in Richard of Clive today. So,
Photo.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering what happened with Francis of Merones. You mentioned him, but he stands kind of in between. We're talking about Peter of Auvergne, who tries to establish this order of principles still and determine which one should be the first, and Buridan and Marsilius. So does Francis somehow shape the discussion or change it? Is he a turn or a step towards Buridan and Marsilius, or does he go in completely different direction in the respect of the order of those principles?
Thank you. Well, I deliberately ignored kind of everything in between Peter and Richard of Clive and Buridan, because that's briefly described elsewhere, and that's a different topic, really. So there are quite a few people there, like including Radley Brito, Augustine of Ancona, and John of Jardin, and Francis of Marcia, and certainly and Giraldus Adonis, of course. So that's a long story, but it's interesting that. So my task was to look at what happens starting from Buridan, but briefly, so because it's a new stage and less studied, I thought. But Francis of Miron certainly he gives that metaphysical interpretation of the principle, and Giraldus Adonis apparently argues against him. So I think that this the treatise by Giraldus is addressed against Francis in a way. So
A last question by Giovanni.
Thank you really much for the presentation. My question is completely out of curiosity and goes into the direction of the origin of this discussion. So, like, my question was like, why a certain point was so important, so to say, to establish a priority of one of those two principles? So, okay, at a certain point we have this discussion, but why? What is the consequence that goes after that? So, why they are so arguing about if there is a priority of one principle than the other, and what it implies is more about the framework, because like I don't know anything about it, so I'm really interested.
Thank you. Well, that's a very difficult question. I don't have an answer. I really can recommend reading that article by Walter Boris and Maria Berger. They have some suggestions, and certainly Avicenna plays his role here in the reception of Avicenna. But but I don't have that idea why there was that centrality of the idea of identity, for example, whether we can speak about it at all. My suggestion here was that just Peter Wavern brought some clarity. He built up on that rather confused accounts that we find in Siger and in other authors at the time. So he kind of developed what Siger did a little, or not a little. He built upon what Siger wrote, I think, in this case. But he wanted to kind of to put things straight. That these are not the same principle, but. I don't know what were the far-reaching kind of speculative ends. Right. So
let's thank again Daniela for his talk. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Monica Mansfeld, who earned her PhD degree and has completed her graduate studies in both philosophy and classical philology. She's an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy and History at the University of Łódź. Łódź, okay.
That's the tough one.
Yeah, she specializes in the late medieval commentaries on Aristotle's works with research interests ranging from the logic and metaphysics, the so-called Parisian nominalism, represented by John Buridan, Marsilius of Ingen, Albert of Saxony, and their Central European successors, to realist natural philosophy, as seen in the works of Adam of Buckfield and Walter Burley. And I suppose you're giving your talk together with your Dr. Vater?
Yes.
No,
not the Dr. Vater.
No, not your Dr. Vater.
The Dean.
The Dean, okay. Well, anyway, yes. Marek,
yeah. So let me briefly introduce myself then.
Right. Yes. Go ahead.
I've been working on Antonius Andreas first, and then on Walter Burley, together with Monica, and we recently published the edition of Walter Burley's commentaries on Parva Naturalia, and now we are engaged together in the project that you have just mentioned. So
very good.
Essentially it.
And the title of your talk is Bringing Order into the Study of Man, placing the parva naturalia within the framework of Latin Aristotelian anthropology in the 13th century. Yes.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present the results of our newest research. Few areas of philosophical inquiry in the Middle Ages were affected by the recovery of Aristotle's modern anthropology. In the 12th century, Aristotle's De Anima brought a radical change into the reflection on human being. This was only the first thrust. By the middle of the 13th century, at least 4 Latin translations of treatises from the so-called Parva Naturalia set became available to Latin scholars, namely De Longitudine et Brevitate Vitae, mislabeled as De Morte et Vita, De Memoria et Reminiscentia, De Sensu et Sensato, and De Somno et Vigilia. This is also when the first commentaries on these works appeared, triggering the long-lasting interest in Aristotelian physiology and psychology. Together with De Anima, they set the framework for further studies of the area. Yet, the novelty of the material was a real challenge for the Latin masters, who had to devise a way that could help them order the issues analyzed in these treatises so that they formed a meaningful whole together with the established anthropological doctrine. The issue was complex. It consisted of 4 interconnected problems. First, the character of the anima itself, made even more difficult by its Latin translations, which were quite poor. Second, the relationship between the anima and the particular treatises from the Parva Naturalia set, as well as mutual relations of the texts within the set. Third, the diversity of commentary strategies by the early commentators. And finally, as a conjunction of the 3, the attempts at accommodation of the new and old paradigms in anthropology. One can easily imagine that a philosopher of that time might have felt overwhelmed by the multitude of texts, diverse approaches, and thus interpretative possibilities offered by them. The introduction of those texts into the university curricula made the issue pressing too. In this paper,
you need to use the mic for the online people also.
In this paper, we focus on the second and third of the mentioned problems. From what can be read in the earliest commentaries on the sensu, 2 different approaches emerged when looking for order in the works of Aristotle. The one which proposed a gradual change from more general to more specific problems raised by him, known as ratio nobilitatis subjecti, and the one which underlined mutual links between translations of these treatises, known as ratio originis. We analyzed them on the examples coming from the early commentaries on De Sensu et Sensato and the De Memoria et Reminiscentia from Oxford, composed between 1230 and 1300.
Okay. The first attempt at bringing order to the Parva Naturalia set can be found in the anonymous commentary Finito Libro de Anima. Its author proposes that the treatises can be related to one another in the order of subalternation. He states that the Anima is the fundamental work in which Aristotle discusses the soul as such, its parts and its powers. For this reason, other texts are seen by him as supplementary to it. Still, they are not merely accidental, since he finds a reason justifying the position which they occupy within the Aristotelian corpus. It is the relation of the subject of a particular Parva Naturalia treatise to the subject of the Anima. And according to the author, all Parva Naturalia treatises deal with properties of the soul which follow the operation of its parts. His distinctions follow the order of generality in application of those properties. He introduces several levels of twofold distinctions, and the distinguishing criteria are not always treated exclusively as they overlap with one another. First, he divides the properties into the ones common for all living beings, and they are addressed in De Morte et Vita. and those characteristic for animals. Then he subdivides the later group, separating properties which are proper only for animals, but not for all of them. And those are the subject of the inspirazione et expirazione. From the properties common to all animals and only to them. The later group again is subdivided into properties concerning the senses and their objects, which are the subject of the sensu et sensato, and those referring to the senses in some other way. One way is described in the Memoria et Reminiscentia, which deals with the so-called perfect animals, while the other refers to the properties of all animals as described in the Somno et Vigilia. What is worth mentioning here is the unique way in which the anonymous author includes the inspirazione et expirazione. It appears for the first time in the Latin commentary tradition. However, the author seems to know it by its title alone. Another interesting feature is the misidentification of the morte et vita, which is in fact the longitudine et brevitate vitae. This practice was followed by many later authors as well. The subject approach to ordering Parva Naturalia set, but not necessarily the way of ordering those treatises found in Finito Libro de Anima, was also continued later. It is worth noting that the subject-oriented approach of the anonymous author of Finito Libro de Anima commentary was by no means the only one.
The other worthwhile approach can be found in the commentaries of later Oxford masters. This approach stresses not one but two sets of criteria as important organizing principles for establishing the order of the Parva Naturalia set and the Anima. It can be seen in the commentary of Adam of Buckfield, probably a generation younger than the author of Finito Libro de Anima, and some other commentaries. In Adam of Buckfield's commentary, we can see that the first organizing principle is philological historical. He points to the junctures between the texts of Latin translations of the Anima and the Parva Naturalia set on the one hand, and particular treatises on the Parva Naturalia set on the other. This is how it looks. Since the Sensu et Sensato begins with the phrase quoniam autem de anima, which suggests that lectures on the Anima have just been completed, the Anima must have been treated as the opening treatise and the Sensu as the first to follow it. Further links are established by phrases found in the texts of the commented treatises. The phrase reliquorum primo considerandum est de memoria et reminisceri is treated by Adam as the last sentence of the Sensu et Sensato. This, by the way, shows that he was using the old translation, for the new one puts that phrase in the beginning of the Memoria et Reminiscentia. The position of the sentence notwithstanding, it's a sufficient reason for him to put De Memoria as the next treatise. We can find yet another link, this time ordering the final two works of the set. De Morte et Vita, actually De Longitudine et Brevitate Vitae, opens with the phrase De Somno et Vigilia prius dictum nunc autem speculandum est circa causas longitudinis et brevitatis. This means that the penultimate work of the set is the Somno et Vigilia, and the last one is De Longitudine et Brevitate Vitae. What is worth stressing, Adam is convinced that the aforementioned four works constitute the complete canon of the Parva Naturalia. Adam's organizing zeal does not end with the Anima and Parva Naturalia. He ventures to order all known texts devoted to living creatures, both by Aristotle and ascribed to him once or in his times. The Anima, again, is seen as the central reference point, since it deals with everything endowed with a soul, no matter what kind of soul it is. He notes that the problem of life is discussed also in De Vegetabilibus and De Animalibus, which therefore must be placed somewhere in the sequence. Somewhat surprisingly, he puts them right after Meteorologica, because this is the natural order of gradation of being from the inanimate through the vegetative to the sensitive. Even though it used to be an important source for natural philosophy, he includes De Differentia Spiritus et Anime, discarding it as unauthentic.
Geoffrey of Ospol, who was a generation younger than Adam of Buckfield, addressed the issue of order of Aristotle's natural works in the Anima and the Sensu et Sensato commentaries. As in earlier authors, he is looking for criteria that could establish their position and order within the framework of the Aristotelian corpus. In his commentary on the Sensu, he claims that there are two ways of putting things in order in Aristotle. One way is already employed by Adam of Buckfield, which looks for historical philological links between works. The other way follows the traits given by Aristotle himself of the nobility of the subject and the certitude of reasoning in a given subject. In modern terminology, the first criterion corresponds to the order of cognition and the other to the order of the subject. In Ospol's The Anima commentary, the nobility of the subject is understood as the higher position in the natural order of being that has inanimate bodies at the bottom of the ladder of being and animals at the top. The distinctive feature that makes animals more noble than inanimate beings is the souls, because the soul is more noble than anything that belongs to animals. It is clear then that according to the criterion of nobility, the Anima is first in the order of natural books concerning the ensouled bodies, as it analyzes the soul as such. The next treatise in the sequence is the Sensu et Sensato, since it is devoted to the noblest accidents of the soul, that is, the ones that concern sensory perception. In enumerating further treatises, Ospol doesn't provide any additional arguments, but merely repeats the sequence of the Memoria, the Somno, and the Longitudine, apparently treating it as something obvious. The historical philological criterion is used by Ospol when he is presenting the argument of the priority of the Morte et Vita. Once again, he uses the title with reference to the Longitudine over the Sensu et Sensato. He disregards it later, however. He does respect it, though, when he argues that the Memoria could immediately follow the Anima, for according to some authors, it was originally a chapter of the third book of the Anima, and according to some other ones, it was an independent treatise directly following the Anima through a shared sentence linking the two. We've already mentioned that. When discussing the sequence of all books devoted to ensouled bodies, Geoffrey presents an interesting argument concerning the order of study of the subject. He opposes to the Neoplatonic deductive way of reasoning where the most general subject must be studied first and the particular ones later. As a true empiricist, he argues that the order of cognition requires that we move inductively from the particulars to the general ones. The Anima must be studied first, not because it is the most general study of ensouled beings, but because it deals with the most noble actions performed by animated beings. Thus, it establishes a framework for the study of properties, functions, and operations of particular parts of the soul, that is vegetative, sensitive, and intellectual. Apart from the study of them in the Anima itself, Ospol identifies separate works which address the problems related to specific parts of the soul. De Plantis deals with the vegetative part, the Animalibus deals with the sensitive part, and Obscure de Medicina with the intellective one. Besides, he introduces yet another order which associates the treatises of the Parva Naturalia set with three specific works, and through them with the particular parts of the soul. The Morte et Vita is associated with De Plantis, as both works are devoted to living creatures. The sensu et sensato is associated with the animalibus, as both works are devoted to sentient beings. And finally, the somno et vigilia is associated with the medicina, because according to Aspal, both deal with the intellective part of the soul. Here we encounter two problems. First of all, we do not know which work he had in mind when he referred to the Medicina. One may guess that it was Avicenna's canon of medicine. Secondly, any reader of the Somno knows that the intellect is not its subject. In our opinion, this puzzle may be solved by assuming that for Aspal, what is really the subject of the Somno, and consequently canon, if it is what he meant by the Medicina, are the operations of the internal senses, which are seen as something superior to the external ones, but not yet something pertaining to the intellect as such. Aspal's conclusion of this lengthy argument is the following order of the Parva Naturalia set: the longitudine et brevitate vitae, the sensu et sensato, the somno et vigilia. It seems that he treats the memoria et reminiscentia as a part of the anima, in agreement with his previous argument.
Yet another generation passed, and Thomas Aquinas put his pen to the commentary on De Sensu et Sensato. In the proemium of his commentary, he presented a very detailed scheme of the order of the science of the soul, as he calls it. It contains the subjects of particular branches of that science, their mutual relations, and consequently, the order of treatises of the Aristotelian corpus in which they are discussed. The idea that the best way to bring order to this complex science is to coordinate the subjects analyzed by it was similar to that which can be seen in the earlier commentaries. What makes Aquinas different is that he doesn't even mention other ways of ordering those subjects and texts, and secondly, that the scope of his interest goes far beyond those of the anonymous author of Finito Libro de Anima or Geoffrey of Aspal. The broadness of Aquinas' reach can be explained, of course, by the fact that by his times the library of Aristotle's texts devoted to the science of the soul was much richer than even a dozen years earlier when Aspal discussed the issue, let alone the times of the anonymous author of Finito Libro de Anima and Adam of Buckfield, both of whom complained about the scarcity of their sources. Thomas begins his task by dividing the science of the soul into three parts. The first one is devoted to the soul itself, to its powers and parts analyzed with respect to the soul. These issues are subjects of the anima. The reason why these subjects come first is because they refer to all animated beings. The focus of the second part of the science of the soul is on the soul and its powers analyzed with respect to the body and its organs. These issues, in turn, are subjects of the Parva Naturalia. The third part discusses the characteristic features of living beings, moving from the most general ones down to those which are proper for particular species of plants and animals. These issues are analyzed in De Plantis and De Animalibus. According to Aquinas, the latter treatise is composed of three parts, now treated as separate works: De Historis Animalium, De Generatione Animalium, and De Partibus Animalium. Aquinas' division of the Parva Naturalia, which constitutes the second set of works on the science of the soul, is tripartite in accordance with the division of the soul. The parts of the soul he speaks of are the vegetative, the sensitive, and the motoric, not the intellective, as White might think. For obvious reason, because it's Parva Naturalia. The first of them covers the vegetative powers and is discussed in 6 separate works: De Morte et Vita, De Juventud et Senectute, De Inspiratione et Expiratione, De Longitudine et Brevitate Vitae, De Sanitate et Equitudine, and De Nutrimento et Nutribili. The second part covers the sensitive powers in various senses. The sensu et sensato is about the external senses and the capacity to perceive of their organs. the memoria reminiscentia, is about two of the internal senses: memory, which characterizes perfect animals, and recollection, which is proper to humans only. The somnoid vigilia is devoted to situations in which the external and internal senses operate either jointly, that is, in the state of wakefulness, or in which internal senses operate separately from the external ones, that is, in sleep. The third part covers the issues concerning the matter and form of motion. The former are discussed in De Progresso Animalium, and the latter in De Partibus Animalium. In this way, Aquinas manages to provide a rationale for the study of all of Aristotle's works on the science of the soul. The above presentation allows us to offer a few words of conclusion. Bringing order into the science of the soul was important for all of our authors. It was not an easy task, and several ways of doing it were tested. The final solution, given by Aquinas, was similar to the one preferred by Aspel, but not identical, and most probably independent of it. It was later copied by Walter Burley and popularized by his De Sensu et Sensato commentary, and finally accepted as canonical by later scholars. The chaos of the new science was thus ultimately transformed into order. Thank you.
Wonderful to apply our topic in this very original way and to bring us back to our beloved Aristotle in a fresh way. So we have some time for questions. So maybe as in my privilege of the moderator, I'm just going to break the ice. So, of course, order in the sense of ordering, Aquinas says rationis est ordinare, that's a very big thing by medieval authors. Do you think they had the awareness of ordering what was ordered, or of imposing an order? Or maybe my question really is, do you think that they acknowledge that Aristotle himself would have ordered the sciences in this way, and then they would think how Aristotle ordered them? Because at one point you said, I don't remember whom you mentioned, as we've seen in the Anima, and now we move to the Sensu, and then you said that's a reason why the Sensu comes after the Anima. So.
I believe that it started with too many texts being translated all at once, and the urge to make sense of it. With the Anima, it was rather easy. You get the basic textbook for Aristotle in this respect. But when the Parva Naturalia treatises became more and more available, they couldn't manage to find the right order to study them, to present the subjects in such a manner that they would relate to one another and the Anima as well. So I think that the first attempts were more or less for didactic reasons. Maybe for personal study, but I doubted that they thought that it was Aristotle's intention to present those works in such a way that they will be a system. The idea of the system came later.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I can only add that, well, you can speak of two things actually here. One is the order that is intended, and one is the practical order. I mean, in our edition of Burley's Parva Naturalia set, we can see clearly that, well, he had some kind of order in his mind because of the way in which he prepared the commentaries. Some of them are merely sketched, so they seem to be less important for him. Some other ones are fully developed. There is the commentary, the literal commentary, and the questiones. So it seems that apart from the idea that there should be some kind of general order of things, you had the order of preference of a particular author. And that is something that cannot be omitted either in our considerations.
Yes, please.
Violeta. I wonder, two questions. I wonder if these authors address the problem of the internal contradictions of Aristotle when organizing the criteria for systematization, and was there a place for the internal division of the treatises in the discussion?
If I understand the other question correctly, yes, that was the starting point in the majority of the commentaries to look at the structure of the commentary itself, how it is divided into different topics, how they follow one another, whether there is a scheme that can be applied in a broader sense, and only having this in mind, they will discuss problems. So that they originated in the literal commentary form. The first question.
The answer would be no.
The answer would be no. They are not aware how many internal oppositions, contradictions, discrepancies there actually are, because the text at their disposal cause more problems with understanding the text itself than to finding external references. To give you the idea, they get a Latin translation of the sensu where some colors aren't translated into Latin, they are left Greek. So they are trying to guess what does kianos mean, or alurgon. So this is the main problem with the really early reception of the sensu of parva naturalia in general.
It's the very first level of understanding.
Other questions? Yeah, Monica.
Thank you very much for your talk. You mentioned at some point the curriculum, when those texts enter in the curriculum, and I was wondering if you find anything in the statute of the university, if there's any obligation or any order to follow this. And
no,
we only know it at Berlin.
Yeah, but it's
later. Much later.
Yeah, it's later. Yeah.
We know. Well, we may guess that after commenting on the anima, they could have devoted some time to discuss at least one or two of the parva naturalia treatises, but it's rare to have commentaries on the whole set by a particular author. So I think they could decide which one to focus on without the need to lecture on everything.
Since we know that in the times of Burley, parva naturalia were not obligatory, but
that was my second.
You could choose whichever you wished. So we can presume that earlier it was even more liberal.
Was my question, how much is reflecting personal choices in choosing that one, and not an obligation?
That's what I said,
yeah.
Yes, I think it's time for a break. So let's thank our speakers again.
Would you mind, Joe?
proud to take a souvenir. And then,
Well,
well, sorry, it's too, I don't know. Okay.
No.
Okay. That's okay. That's perfect. Well, I don't have any problem.
I hope so.
Yeah, sorry. Just well, we are beginning the last session of the colloquium, so it was a very intensive and an incredible colloquium. So thank you very much for the organizers. And well, the first speaker is not attending, so we are skipping Valentin Brickman, and we will begin with the exposition of Michał Tadeusz Noworyta. Sorry,
Michał Tadeusz Noworyta, but
yes.
close enough.
Okay, sorry for my, I don't know, bad pronunciations. Okay, sorry. But sorry, before I made the presentation, because I forgot this, after this session and before going to lunch, we will take a picture of all the group here. So don't run away immediately. So try to keep here and have a nice group picture. Okay. Well, Michał holds a bachelor degree in music and bachelor's degree in philosophy. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in philosophy, expected to be completed this year, I guess.
Yeah.
His main academic, it says in 2025. So his main academic interests focus on the late medieval philosophy, university sermons, and the history of education in medieval schools and universities. In addition, he is engaged in the study of medieval and Renaissance music with an exclusive emphasis on vocal repertoire. Well, and his lecture will be The Theoretical Order and the Chaos of Practice in the 15th Century University of Krakow. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers for this great conference. And I would like also thank to Dr. Monika Mansfeld and Dr. Maciej Stanek for helping me with preparing this paper. Next slide, please. We know very little about the University of Krakow at its beginning. The University of Krakow was founded in 1364 by King Casimir the Great. The institution had only 3 faculties, arts, law, and medicine, but its existence came to an end shortly after the king's death. This is around 1370. The revival of the university occurred approximately in 1390 when King Hedwig, descendant of Casimir, and her king consort Władysław Jagiełło commenced their endeavors to restore the university. It was re-established in 1400, this time in full shape with the Faculty of Theology. Most of the professors were Poles who were educated in Prague and at other European universities. The sources we depend on from that period consist of documents, including those from the Royal Chancery, and particularly important for us as historians of philosophy are university sermons and scholarly treatises. The main problem with the 15th century Krakow and its university life isn't lack of sources, but that most of them are still existing in manuscripts only. In the Jagiellonian library, there are around 5,000 codices, but we have a small number of editions, and as for now, only 1,575 of them are catalogues. At the 15th century Faculty of Arts at the University of Krakow, almost every professor gave sermons during the academic year. There were various types of them. Some of them could have been used at the beginning of classes as introductions, some were parts of disputes and promotion process, etc. University sermons contained several parts and were built according to the principles of ars predicandi, the church's ancient technique of composing sermons. For studying university life and the realities of the artes at the University of Krakow, speeches are more useful than, say, commentaries on Aristotle, since the former often refer to the times and places contemporary to them and frequently to specific individuals, offering a unique insight into the social realities of medieval Krakow's philosophers. Theoretically, a medieval university should be a real house of law, order, and wisdom. A great ideal indeed, but we may guess from a number of descriptions of bad behavior listed in university sermons that it was not necessarily the case. We will see on 2 examples of such sermons which were the main and most important problems at the University of Krakow at its very beginnings. We will have a look at sermons written by 2 scholars, namely Bartholomew of Jasło and Nicholas of Kozłów. Next slide, please. Bartholomew of Jasło was a Polish scholar and university professor. He was born in a merchant family residing in Jasło and pursued his studies in Prague, where he initially taught. He wrote mostly church and university sermons and also composed some songs. His scholarly interests focused on liberal arts, as he served as a master of arts for several years. Bartholomew was deeply engaged in the so-called Jagiellonian restoration of the University of Krakow, to which he relocated as a professor of arts. We have 2 codices of his writing at our disposal, but only 7 of his short works are available in modern editions. Next slide. In this presentation, I will focus on 3 speeches by Bartholomew of Jasło, namely Tunc me discussa, the so-called second speech for the renewal of the university, Summum invita solamen, et Recommendatio logice. I will use these 3 because they deal with the same subject matter, that is the importance of leading a life in accordance to the rules set by science. In detail, Tunc me discussa is focused on grammar, Summum invita solamen on philosophy as such, and Recommendatio logice, the only one edited so far, is on logic. In all of these speeches, Bartholomew makes use of the same argumentative methods and themes, as well as the same list of vices and virtues. In general, he praises studies saying that one should study in order to become a good person. In his university sermons, Bartholomew of Jasło admonishes some members of the university who don't obey the religious and academic rules. Bartholomew lists various types of people who don't want to learn. Next slide, please. Some of them excuse themselves from studies because they believe their humoral constitution makes them too weak to acquire knowledge. At times, this excuse refers to difficulties learning at an old age, because of the slowness in getting new ideas and the stiffness of the mind accumulated over time, but sometimes it means that certain people do not have very much up top for psychological reasons, regardless of their age. Even though the author eventually agrees that some humoral constitutions give their bearers advantage in learning over the others, he does not take this excuse for granted. Next slide, please. Others excuse themselves from further studies because they believe that they are too poor to afford them. As a result, they abandon university and pursue earthly goods. Their new aim for life becomes being rich and leading a comfortable, even luxurious life. Even though some of these students may suffer to support themselves during their studies, Bartholomew says they should find a way to continue their education anyway. No one should be discouraged from studying philosophy because of poverty. On the contrary, Bartholomew seems to suggest that too much money can distract one from true wisdom, which he equates with philosophical studies. It is therefore highly inappropriate to use this excuse as well. The third group delves into hedonism. It means eating fancy food, having great sex, wearing expensive clothes, and so on and so forth. In Bartholomew's opinion, such people are just like animals and should be treated as such. They are not fully human, since they care only about their body and its pleasures. In medieval terminology, it means downgrading those people from the status of the human being, animal rationale, to the status of an animal, animal irrationale. The fourth case are the ones who are afraid to be mistreated by the mob. In fact, they are scared that they will be forced to teach people who don't understand them. They know most of those people don't understand why things are the way they are and not the way they should be from the mob's perspective, of course. The fifth case is especially interesting. Bartholomew ridicules students who despise their studies due to their laziness. The fact is, he does not care whether they are languid or lazy. For him, what counts is how inactive they are and how they fail to fulfill the expectations of being a student. He compares them to wannabe athletes who don't exercise and wonder why their bodies lack muscles. He summarized this passage with quote from Alanus de Lille, De Plancto Natura: "Greater glory belongs to the one who earns a gift through effort than to the one who receives it in idleness." End quote. Next slide, please. The second one author is Nicholas of Kozłów, a philosopher, a theologian, and a casualist. He was the son of a wealthy merchant called Mszczuj, a graduate and later a teacher at the Faculty of Arts of the University of Prague, then Kraków. There he served as a dean, a rector, and a professor of theology. In 1433, he was appointed as a representative of the Bishop of Kraków at the Council of Basel. He taught at the University of Kraków until his death in 1443. Next slide, please. Well, Recomendatio by Nicolaus of Kozłów with verba thematis difficilimum est hominem omni quaque persona invenire is another type of text that summum invita solamen. He is much more gentle in reproaching people's vices and bad behavior than Bartholomew of Jasło. Nicolaus wonders whether it's better to be perfectly good or perfectly evil. Assuming that no one can be either perfectly good or bad, he concludes that it's much easier to lead a good life. Nicolaus does not think it is possible to be perfect in evil, since it is against nature and God. He asks perversely whether it would not be more difficult to lead a life centered on evil things, such as conflicts, violence, thefts, lies, and sexual pleasures, of course. He answers positively. Of course it would, since it seems that such people use the truth quite instrumentally. They are trying to, quote, drive the sane into madness and manipulate the mad for their own ends, end quote. Nicolaus also says that they will be punished by every law and every form of justice anyway. The second argument is that even if such a life concentrated on evil deeds would succeed, people living it would inevitably fall. From Nicolaus' point of view, their lives are built on pride. Quote, the higher they soared, the greater and more painful their downfall. End quote. The third argument is about evil people practicing virtues who do that because they can see their advantage in such a practice. It is not the way it should be, according to Nicolaus, since they use virtues instrumentally and do not internalize them. The only reasons for such a behavior is to maximize their own pleasures. Nicolaus concludes that even if all of these groups try so hard to be perfect in evil, it is impossible for them in the end, as their lives become a wasteful striving. To sum up, there are no people perfect in evil. It is just not possible, according to Nicolaus. It is too much contrary to nature and God. And even if some of those people concentrated on evil succeed, they are miserable. Their lives are full of suffering, and eventually they will be punished anyway, either here on the earth or in the afterlife. Next slide, please. Nicolaus' way of teaching, however, is more concentrated on how people should actually behave. He is convinced that it is much better to lead a life concentrated on good instead. It is not easy for sure, as it is contrary to our desires, but nevertheless worth it. He introduces a canon of virtues that ought to be cultivated by those striving for perfection. He does so in three aspects and introduces advice how to achieve them. With regard to the spirit, to develop the capacity for great things. One should not let himself get distracted by passions, desires, and false hopes. People may achieve that in two ways. Either they are gifted with this knowledge by God, or they have to painfully work this out by intellectual inquiry. Second, with regard to the body, to master its impulses. For example, if someone's body makes it difficult to study, they should practice much harder regardless of that. Nicolaus believes that treating the body in a harsh way may end up positively. It will be for one's good in studies. Although earthly desires are pleasurable, in fact they make a life more difficult. For they bind us to earthly goods and thus make it impossible to study and improve ourselves. To put it in Nicolaus's wording, quote, "The greater the brightness of pleasure, the denser the darkness that follows, so that in the shadow of error truth perishes." End quote. And third, with regard to the mind, to seek righteousness and clarity of understanding. The true threat here are false beliefs that are common and easier to grasp than the truth itself. When the intellect meets them, it stops perceiving things as they truly are. Consequently, it strays from the truth and falls into errors. Such a biased intellect is not totally useless, though, because it can finally gain proper understanding and gradually get access to philosophy. But it happens in a harder way by rooting out false beliefs and building up positive knowledge. Anyone who wants to do so should use scientific methods such as logic and grammar. The goal to achieve is to reach the proper view of the world and nature. Next slide, please. Nicolaus of Kozłów says that these traits and practices are especially important for people of power. He lists three groups of such people: officials, beneficiaries, and administrators, and looks for particular virtues that enables them to fulfill their obligations towards the others in most efficient way. Officials should always act with love and honesty. Since particular people care only about particular things, officials have to get a broader perspective and care for all those people having all those particular interests. Officials, however, should not overestimate their power. They must not deal with anything else than issues subject to their authority. The second group, beneficiaries, are the special case. They have to learn how to receive gifts without the urge to pay back for them instantaneously. Nicolaus makes it clear that both the giver and the receiver should seek truth and be guided by common good. The third group includes servants and administrators. In Nicolaus' opinion, they should pay special attention in acting with both appropriate speed and diligence. He admits that it is not an easy task to do so, but if one succeeds, he may become truly good. To be a good servant, one has to have a good heart to serve willingly, a self-sufficient and disciplined body, since it is a hard work to be done, and honesty, not to seek other things, but only joy of the service. Nicolaus can see that is contrary to natural will of freedom in serve as such. This is the proper way. Yet when someone succeeds in such a practice, one may reach magisterium, which is the university equivalent of power and authority. The magisterium, in Nicolaus's view, should be completely free from all frivolity and perversity, full of solemnity and adorned with the beauty of customs, and the foundation of reverence and the beginning of authority, a bulwark against injustice and a source of all good. End quote. As we have seen, both Bartholomew of Jasło and Nicolaus of Kozłów create their own visions of academic life. They are looking for qualities that are praiseworthy and those which should be avoided. They could do it because of the lack of regulations in the first stages of the University of Kraków. It means that in a broader perspective, every professor could choose his own set of features characteristic for an ideal student or lecturer. It would concern both particular groups, such as students or lecturers, and the whole academic community as such. The difference between approaches of those two authors, namely Bartholomew of Jasło and Nicolaus of Kozłów, is not in drawing an entirely different picture of an academic life, but in stressing out different things. In practice, it means that Bartholomew's approach is more negative-oriented. He aims at reproaching improper behavior of a member of the academia, whereas Nicolaus' approach is positive. He says how one should behave to be a good member of the university instead. Next slide, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and for the sharpness time.
Yeah, I tried.
Yes, no, but thank you. You're perfect. Well, and yes.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I have some curiosities about this definition of some students as animals. And I am interested in this aspect. There are some classical sources that can underpin this definition of some students as animals. There are some classical sources which are not Aristotelian, like for example Sallustius or Cicero, to define some human beings as animals. Or there are some references to the Psalms, like for example the Psalm number 8. And another curiosity is there are some positive classification in opposition to this definition of some human beings as animals. For example, the most negative human beings are animals, okay, but the positive ones are defined simply good scholars, simply good students, or there are some other definition, and which is the parameter of humanity.
Okay, so about your...
Can I just...
okay, sorry.
The third is, how can we interpret leisure, otium, in this framework? Is it also a negative aspect if linked to laziness? Thank you very much.
Okay, so your first question. The classical sources are the start and the base from thought of both Bartholomew and Nicolaus, but this view about students as animals, as for my knowledge in present, is end of those point of view that if you don't behave the proper way, you are not the proper student. So if you are not the proper student, you are not the proper human. So if you are not the proper human, but you are still alive, you have to be something. So you are an animal. I would see that way. About those negative definitions about Bartholomew. He is concentrated on those negative aspects, Nicolaus on positive. So Bartholomew says you should not do that, and then you'll be good. And Nicolaus says you should behave the way I am teaching you, and then you will be good student. And about these negative aspects of all their thought, it is the most common, I think, to be just more negative. Some of professors from Krakow wanted even exterminate students who behave improperly. So that's why Nikolaus is so much interesting for me, because he's concentrated on positive aspects of behavior and not just and only the negative ones. Thank you.
Valeria? Valeria.
I wonder which were the context of these sermons. Do they pertain to a particular time, or are they regular every week, or what is the content?
Those particular sermons or sermons at all?
Those.
Okay, so the first one, I don't know. Because it seems to be an exhortatio, so just pedagogical sermon, which could have been said on various occasions, but we don't have sources to say on which occasion it could be. But the second one is recommendatio for magisterium. So it's why it contains so many aspects, which I couldn't present all of them, of course, but it contains aspects about how magisterium should be to be so perfect as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question concerns basically the genre of sermons, because those are sermons. Do they have biblical theme or any biblical framework that they use in order to reference all those bad and good examples of students behaving in magisterium, etc.? Because the only thing mentioned on the slides, as far as I recall, is Aristotle and his Nicomachean Ethics. So do they have any biblical, exegetical, or theological background that helps them to back up their own claims about students' behavior?
Thank you. Quick answer, no. Because there are two genres of medieval sermons. One is ecclesiastical or religious one, and they are have verba thematis from Bible or from ecclesiastical authors. And the second one, which I am researching, are university sermons. They are composed the same way, according to Artes Predicandi, but with verba thematis and auctoritates, not religious one, but for example Aristotle, Cicero, Sallustius, Seneca, and so on and so forth.
We have time for the last question.
Sorry, I have a lot of, but we can talk after. So a short one. Do you think that the differences of attitude, the difference of attitude in between the two magister, the sermons, is also related to the reality? They reflect different situations, because those sermons are also, as you said, inspired of the everyday life, right? Mm-hmm. And probably there are some more events in one experience and less events in another experience. Maybe that's one. And another second question, it was, did you work also about the sources, what the sources they use? Because we know very much about the influence of the commentary of Buridan on the ethics, and in this comment, there's some passages where it said about the education of young scholars, youngers, so, and the fact that if you expose them to preaching, to sermons from an early age, we can correct some deviation. And there was also very much influence of Buridan in Krakow. So yeah, I have others, but we can discuss.
Okay, sure. Thank you. About the second question, sources. I've just started researching Nicolaus, but Bartolomeo Fiasco is especially interesting because this is his third university sermon I'm working on, and the sources and the argumentation is the same in everyone. I mean, it just copy-paste. Between the Recommendatio Logicae and the Summum Militas Solamen, there are 5 or 7 differences only. So the sources you mentioned Buridanism. It was pretty common in Krakow, so for sure it was well used. And about the first inspiration, maybe it is possible, but for me it is a little bit more probable that it depends of the one's constitution, how one wants to teach. If I want to beat people with a stick, I won't be so gentle as Nicolaus, and I will concentrate on negative aspects of your behavior. And if I am a gentle, nice person, I will be way nicer. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, next speaker is Marcus Boeira. He's a professor of logic and philosophy of law at the Faculty of Law of the Universidade Federale del Rio Grande do Sul. He holds a doctorate and a master's degree from the Universidad de Sao Paulo, and he's a leader of the research group Deontic, Logic, Language, and Law. He will speak of Ordo ab Caos, la lógica oblicua de Juan Caramuel como instrumenta sciendi en el siglo de oro.
Yo voy a hablar en castellano, así que, bueno, en primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer a las organizadoras, Natalia, Cecilia, e igualmente a la SIEPM por la realización de este coloquio. Me ha dado la incumbencia de cerrar el evento del coloquio, así que para mí es un honor. También me gustaría decir una palabra sobre la emoción que he sentido con la realización del homenaje a la profesora Laura Corso Estrada por ocasión de su fallecimiento. Es decir, que ella también para nosotros brasileños es una inspiración y una maestra. Así que, bueno, voy a empezar la lectura. Voy a pedir a Marcela, ya está. Así que, muy bien. El pensamiento medieval y barroco en el ámbito de la lógica y de la cosmología revela un complejo entrelazamiento entre tradición filosófica, teológica y lingüística, marcado por la presencia del caos como categoría conceptual recurrente desde la antigüedad griega hasta la escolástica tardía. En este recorrido, Aristóteles ejerció un papel central, particularmente en su doctrina del silogismo demostrativo, influyendo tanto en la lógica recta como en los desarrollos posteriores de la lógica terminística y oblicua, que procuraron lidiar con la creciente complejidad de los discursos filosófico-teológicos y con los desafíos impuestos por los cambios sociales, científicos y culturales de la Edad Media y del Barroco, culminando en un esfuerzo por construir una lógica más amplia y rigurosa, como lo demuestran autores como Guillermo de Ockham, Buridan primeramente y después Francisco de Toledo, Pedro da Fonseca y Juan Caramuel, capaz de articular con precisión los términos del lenguaje, enfrentar problemas metafísicos y responder al nuevo escenario epistémico instaurado por la ruptura entre fe y razón y por el surgimiento de una teología con pretensiones científicas. Toda la problemática del mundo en el orbe del medioevo acarrea una miríada de cuestiones que involucran el origen, los elementos que lo componen, su finalidad última y la cuestión del tiempo. El problema cosmológico fue el punto nevrálgico en medio de un entramado de aporías. Discusiones como la creación del mundo, los futuros contingentes, las nociones modales de posibilidad, contingencia y necesidad, la efectividad de la ley divina y sus articulaciones con la ley humana, la noción de determinación, libre albedrío y predestinación, en suma, una amplia variedad de temas se inserta en el espacio de los problemas cosmológicos. En el campo de la teología se observa un nuevo escenario. Con el crecimiento de las universidades surge una pléyade de autores dedicados a tornar la teología una ciencia apodíctica, un área del saber en búsqueda de un carácter estrictamente científico. Solo con el hábito demostrativo la ciencia teológica tendría un lugar en la universidad y mutatis mutandis respondería a los hechos contingentes del mundo, a las diversas interpretaciones semánticas de distintos contextos proposicionales. La búsqueda del habitus demostrativo y así del carácter epistémico de la teología orbitaba en torno a la insoluble carencia de evidencia de Dios y de sus atributos, lo que constituye el objeto central de la ciencia teológica. La demostración es un modo de explicitar no solo los hechos, sino también las causas evidentes de estos mismos hechos. La similitud entre el movimiento en la naturaleza y el movimiento del intelecto concuerda con la correspondencia entre hecho y demostración. Pero, ¿cómo tratar los artículos de fe como se tratan de objetos evidentes? ¿Cómo podrían conferir necesidad a las conclusiones o cuestiones no evidentes de la fe como Dios, salvación, gracia? En la escolástica medieval, los autores divergían sobre la posibilidad científica de la teología. Por un lado, Giles de Roma, Buenaventura y otros sostenían que la teología implicaba un tipo no demostrativo de saber, radicado en un modelo sui generis de sapiencia. Por otro lado, Tomás, Scotus y otros sostenían el encuadre del habitus demostrativo en el ámbito de la investigación teológica. Dentro de este marco oposicional se nota el escepticismo, el relativismo de perspectivas y el caos semántico respecto a la estatura de la ciencia teológica. A partir de este caos, otros asuntos también parecieran de disputas y problemas de toda índole. Así ocurrió también en los siglos posteriores, en particular durante la escolástica del siglo de oro. Juan Caramuel fue teólogo, filósofo, lingüista, matemático del siglo XVII. Ampliamente conocido en el área de teología moralis, especialmente por sus escritos sobre la doctrina del probabilismo, el autor también destaca por sus contribuciones extraordinarias en el ámbito de la lógica, donde es digna de nota su aproximación la doctrina de los silogismos expositivos con el empleo de términos oblicuos. El problema cosmológico, ya caracterizado por la multipolaridad de los saberes y de las prácticas, trae en su seno algunos pilares centrales como las concepciones del movimiento, causalidad, contingencia, gradación, fin, objeto, dignidad y naturaleza. La articulación entre estos asuntos, no solo entre ellos mismos, sino también entre las predicaciones que de ellos se derivan, exige un aparato lógico capaz de satisfacer las exigencias allí configuradas. La demostración por medio de la lógica oblicua en todos los casos era tomada como el método par excellence, el medio mediante el cual se presentarían soluciones a cuestiones complejas que no podrían ser satisfactoriamente demostradas por la regla de la extensión de los términos presente en la lógica recta. Caramuel le llama, en contraste con la lógica recta, nueva lógica, cuyo objeto adecuado es el conjunto de operaciones oblicuas, mente, lengua y escritura. La lógica oblicua es llamada discreta, pues yace detrás de lo que es más comúnmente conocido y notado, es decir, la naturaleza, la estructura y el objeto de la lógica recta. La lógica oblicua está, por lo tanto, compuesta de términos distintos, no continuos, pues en la cantidad lo continuo corresponde a la unión de partes indistintas y también discretos. Partiendo de la proposición, el autor establece dos partes para el tratamiento de la lógica. Proposición tomada a partir de la composición de los términos y una vez definida la proposición, su posicionamiento en la argumentación. Ad intra, en el caso de la lógica oblicua, corresponde en primer lugar atender a la proposición oblicua, en especial a su composición a partir de tipos de términos. De ello surge la proposición oblicua o discreta y posteriormente Caramuel entra en los 6 tipos de proposiciones oblicuas, como lo propone: comparativa, disyuntiva, condicional, tanta cuanta, temporal y local. Lamentablemente no tenemos tiempo para ver cada una. Ad extra, después, se busca estudiar la proposición oblicua y la argumentación, la lógica oblicua de la argumentación. Caramuel presenta un estudio más profundo de todos los antecedentes de la lógica modernorum sobre el silogismo oblicuo, sus reglas y especificidades, además de sus modos posibles de inferencia. Los modos se dividen en 2 tipos: silogismos oblicuos puros y silogismos oblicuos mixtos. La aproximación de Caramuel, así como la de Fonseca y Toledo en el siglo precedente, nos permite afirmar que en estos autores existe una auténtica lógica de las relaciones entre proposiciones, o mejor, una lógica relacional, mostrando que ya a comienzos de la era moderna subsistía una lógica centrada en las relaciones entre conceptos y que esta tipología no es una creación de la lógica analítica del siglo XX. Caramuel propone un nuevo enfoque de la lógica radicado en la noción de oblicuidad, aplicable al conjunto de operaciones realizadas por la mente, por el lenguaje oral y por el lenguaje escrito. Términos oblicuos, juicio oblicuo, discurso, silogismo oblicuo. Y referencia a los actos de la razón. Cuando se forman proposiciones con uno de los extremos en oblicuo, se compone la proposición oblicua con términos absolutos y connotativos. La lógica relacional de Caramuel abarca un proyecto simbólico extraordinariamente complejo y una red conceptual bastante poderosa para lidiar con aporías teológicas y filosóficas en el ámbito de la modernidad. Dentro de esto, temas que aparecen en profusión en el ámbito de la lógica recta también reaparecen en el orbe de asuntos de la lógica oblicua, como la teoría de los opuestos, las reglas de equivalencia y los modelos de conversión de las proposiciones. En el tema de la conversión, existen varios modos de llevar a cabo la conversión de proposiciones oblicuas, como la conversión de proposiciones activas en pasivas, tornándolas equivalentes, proposiciones en las que se puede mantener intacto el verbo y realizar el intercambio entre sujeto y predicado, lo que Caramuel llamaba equiparans, además de proposiciones en las cuales el verbo no puede mantenerse intacto, lo que el autor llamaba de discrepans, como por ejemplo, Petrus est famulus Christi, no se puede admitir equiparación, pues la conversión sería correcta únicamente con el uso de la negación. Christus non est famulus Petri. Las proposiciones oblicuas cuentan con 4 tipos de cuantificadores: universal, particular, indefinido y singular. Y con los siguientes categoremas. Lo voy a ver si... Bueno, aquí hago un cuadrado. Intento ser más didáctico para decir los 5 categoremas omnis, de todo, nullus, aliquis, non, el pronombre relativo, el asterisco que precede el predicado y el paréntesis que se sirve para indicar que hay términos oblicuos anteriores al verbo. Y aquí tenemos las representaciones simbólicas según Caramuel. La formación de las proposiciones oblicuas para el tratamiento de materia teológica y filosófica ofrece una mayor ventaja, en especial para el enfrentamiento de continentes epistemológicos más amplios. A modo de ejemplo, la oración, el conocimiento de Dios no es accesible a la razón humana sin revelación, donde el término de Dios aparece como oblicuo en el caso genitivo. En la predicación subsecuente es mediata, sugiriendo que la accesibilidad al conocimiento divino es privada para la especie humana, dado que el término conocimiento se supone por el acto del intelecto divino, lo que convierte tal suposición en de tipo personal, suppositio personalis. Además de que el sujeto del conocimiento, Dios, restringe el ámbito del poseedor del conocimiento, indicando la imposibilidad de ser accesible, es decir, con el empleo de un operador modal de imposibilidad. En el predicado relacional a la razón humana actúa como término dativo. Como se observa, la construcción de oraciones en materia teológica en el ámbito de la propositio oblicua involucra diversas relaciones lógicas subyacentes, lo que convierte a la lógica oblicua en un instrumento apto, instrumenta scendi, para perseguir el objetivo escolástico del hábitus demostrativo en materia filosófica y teológica. El análisis de las proposiciones oblicuas presupone desde la lógica terminística, tal como fue preconizada por autores como Ockham, Buridan, Ockham en la suma de lógica y Buridan en suma de dialéctica, tres exigencias. Primero, reglas de suposición restringida, cuando un término depende semánticamente del posicionamiento del otro. 2. Análisis riguroso de las relaciones entre los términos en la inferencia. Y 3. Determinación de los modos predicativos, ya sea con operadores modales, ya sea con relaciones de identidad, distinción o combinación asertórica. Las proposiciones oblicuas se consideran oraciones asertóricas complejas, ya que exigen la satisfacción de reglas adicionales que las hagan válidas dentro de la doctrina estándar de los silogismos asertóricos expositivos. El empleo de términos oblicuos conlleva numerosas exigencias suplementarias si comparamos la proposición oblicua con proposiciones categóricas in recto. Además, involucran predicaciones mediatas, ya que su condición de verdad depende de su posición, referencia y consecuencia, a saber, el objeto supuesto por el término, supositio, la designación a la que el término se refiere en el contexto proposicional, denotación, y por último, consecuencia, cómo se infieren nuevas proposiciones a partir de proposiciones oblicuas postuladas. Las proposiciones discretas comprenden relaciones entre términos rectos y oblicuos, atribuciones indirectas y referencias no inmediatas, razón por la cual son útiles para el examen de temas especulativos que rodean objetos trascendentales e entidades mentales abstractas. En el vocabulario escolástico notamos incontables ejemplos de proposiciones oblicuas, como el caso de oraciones como la encarnación del verbo ocurrió en el tiempo del Imperio Romano, la esencia del ser humano es distinta de su existencia, y así por delante. Voy a pasar un poco porque me resta poco tiempo. Bueno, con el fin de mayor profundización, tomemos la oración, la esencia del ser humano es distinta de su existencia, como caso paradigmático. Me recuerdo de la exposición de Fernando Campo, Fernanda Chá. Bueno, del ser humano es un término oblicuo que indica la entidad a la que se refiere esencia y existencia. Este es un tema central para autores como Tomás, Scotus, Ockham e incluso Suárez, y constituye materia decisiva en filosofía primera y teología natural. En la oración observamos una estructura en la cual el sujeto, la esencia del ser humano, está construido en el caso de genitivo con un término oblicuo del ser humano y el predicado con la relación de diferencia, es distinta de su existencia. El término esencia debe satisfacer la regla de suposición, como en este caso lo posiciona como término dotado de suppositio simplex, es decir, que supone por la naturaleza de la cosa referida, de modo que del ser humano contiene la esencia en la razón formal de especie. En el predicado relacional, distinta de su existencia, expresa la relación de diferencia que puede ser real o de razón, distinctio realis o distinctio rationis. A partir de la proposición oblicua, como en el caso supranalizado, puede inferirse nuevas proposiciones que empleen términos que mantengan con los extremos nuevas relaciones dentro de un silogismo expositivo o que incluso admitan nuevas exposiciones, ya sean sustitutivas de términos anteriores, ya sean adicionales, conforme las reglas de equipolencia. Bueno, voy a pasar un poco más rápido para la otra página, por favor, Marcela. Bueno, la expresión discreta ser humano puede observarse en la inferencia, considerando el empleo del término sustitutivo sin violar las reglas de extensión, suposición y consecuencia, preservando la validez del silogismo expositorio. Bueno, en su teología rationalis, también en la gramática Audaken, Caramuel expone una amplia variedad de temas que compone todo el universo de la gramática especulativa, de la lógica antiquorum, lógica vetus, de la lógica nueva, et modernorum, del ars inveniendi, de la lógica oblicua y así de los términos discretos, las proposiciones oblicuas, sus clases, oposiciones, conversiones, equivalencias y al final la doctrina del silogismo expositivo, los modelos de silogismos oblicuos, sus reglas de suposición y consecuencia, además de los silogismos indefinidos. El término oblicuo puede tomarse indefinidamente o marcarse con signa quantitatis, como todo, ningún algún, como vimos. Independientemente de cómo se tome, puede ser el extremo o el medio en buen silogismo según la forma y la materia, diferente de lo que defendían autores como Buridan, quienes en su suma de dialéctica sostenían que el término oblicuo no puede ser sujeto en una oración discreta. Ejemplo de un silogismo oblicuo con empleo de cuantificadores, que está en Caramuel: todo santo debe recibir gloria, la gloria es una felicidad eterna, por lo tanto todo santo debe recibir felicidad eterna. Bueno, para terminar, a continuación, Caramuel propone una serie de reglas de inferencia, estableciendo 8 reglas para el silogismo oblicuo. Voy a leer apenas la primera, y después, como voy a publicar probablemente este texto, bueno, ahí estarán todas las 8, porque no tengo tiempo, mil perdones. La primera regla: si en la premisa mayor hay un término oblicuo, universal, particular o indefinido, y en la menor, el sujeto del término universal de la mayor está el predicado de la menor, y no universalmente, entonces la conclusión será oblicua, diferenciándose de la premisa mayor. Ejemplo, que es un ejemplo que Caramuel trae en la gramática. Observamos todos los caballos. Todo caballo es un animal que relincha, por lo tanto, observamos animales que relinchan. Una observación importante es la conclusión. Incluso si el mayor oblicuo está marcado con el signo todo, la conclusión oblicua no puede marcarse de la misma manera, pues esto conduciría a una conclusión incorrecta. Por ejemplo, si tenemos 10 ovejas y 10 gallinas y comemos todas las ovejas y conservamos las gallinas, podemos decir: comimos todas las ovejas. Toda oveja es un animal, por lo tanto comimos animales. O por lo tanto comimos algunos animales, no por lo tanto comimos todos los animales. Pues las gallinas son animales y sin embargo no las comimos. Bueno, existen otras 7 reglas, pero voy a dejar en conclusión. Como hemos visto, las proposiciones oblicuas son aquellas en que los términos aparecen en casos gramaticales distintos del nominativo, como genitivo, dativo, ablativo, etc. Y frecuentemente involucran relaciones entre términos, atribuciones indirectas o referencias no inmediatas, siendo muy útiles en contextos teológicos y filosóficos, donde el discurso trata con entes de razón y con realidades abstractas, trascendentales y complejas. Desde la escolástica medieval, la búsqueda del habitus demostrativo en la teología y filosofía exige una lógica capaz de proporcionar bases metodológicas para el enfrentamiento de cuestiones aporéticas. La lógica oblicua de Juan Caramuel, como hemos visto, surge como un modelo de instrumenta scendi apto para tratar los dilemas que involucran el caos y el orden en materia filosófica y teológica en la primera edad moderna y en la escolástica barroca. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, quedó tiempo para algunas preguntas. Sí. Te bloqueamos las 7 reglas, pero por favor.
Anila.
Muito obrigado pela apresentação. A questão simples, se estas propriedades, como casos gramaticais, por exemplo, se eles pertencem à língua mental ou à língua oral?
Muito bem. Responde en portugués o en castellano.
Sí, no, pero en portugués.
Hay un esfuerzo en la primera escolástica por separar el lenguaje del mental y el lenguaje impuesta. Así que este esfuerzo, sobre todo en Buridan, pero también en Ockham, es un primer paso para lo que en Caramuel y Toledo será la distinción entre el lenguaje natural y el lenguaje objeto de las áreas del saber, de la división de las ciencias de las artes. Así que cuando Caramuel aporta esta distinción de los casos relativamente a la lógica, está a referirse a la lógica, a la gramática especulativa. O sea, no exactamente al lenguaje natural, sino que a un lenguaje artificial especializado, que es el puente para el desarrollo de la lógica en todas sus áreas. Así que esto es algo muy, muy presente en el pensamiento de Caramuel y de sus predecesores, Toledo y Fonseca, sobre todo en estos campos. Así que sí, hay una distinción entre el lenguaje natural y el lenguaje objeto o lenguaje artificial. Lo que tenía acento en la escolástica primera, del lenguaje del mental y el lenguaje de la imposición, aquí tenemos un doble carácter de la lenguaje impuesta. Y este doble carácter es muy importante para el desarrollo de la lógica en sus diversos continentes epistémicos.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? Sí.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating.
William.
Sorry, it's on. I can hear myself. All right, sorry. Excuse me for the English. It was a fascinating talk and something that I know very little about. When the distinction between in recto and obliquo is something that reminded me a lot of in the first scholastic, Peter Oriel, who does not have theology being a demonstrative science, but he does use this distinction, and this sort of problem comes out in Trinitarian discussion, which is what I was wondering, does Caramuel even try to apply his logic to the Trinitarian problem? Because that seemed to be something that was missing for us from the first scholastics.
Yeah, absolutely. Caramuel points out, especially regarding this point of the triptycho or something like that, there are 3 levels of knowledge regarding Caramuel. And first of all, the nature. In the second point, the logic and the mental world, and in the last, the metaphysical order, especially regarding the linkage between the epistemic world and the ontological world. And the oblique logic is a great instrument to development, this kind of link. This is the point. Interesting. Yeah, no, exactly no. But there is a link inside the obliqual theory, which permits to struggle this kind of point.
Oh, you want to? No, okay. There's always your.
No, cierto,
Okay.
Vi cómo había simbolizado los cuantificadores. ¿Es el primero en hacer este tipo de simbolismo? Está muy interesante esto.
Muy interesante, Valeria. Sí. Esta representación simbólica de los cuantificadores ya la encontramos en manuscritos, sobre todo en autores jesuitas, en Colegio Romano, por ejemplo, un autor muy importante que es propio Toledo. En los manuscritos de Toledo ya lo tenemos, la simbolización de los cuantificadores y además la simbolización de diversos otros sin categoremas. Pero una rigurosa exposición al modo de design en las ediciones estampadas, yo no he visto antes de Caramuel alguno que la ha hecho. Así que muy probablemente Caramuel sea el primero, pero en realidad no sé, porque quizá exactamente tendría que ver en otras ediciones estampadas, porque las ediciones estampadas de Toledo, de Fonseca, allí no hay una caracterización al modo de design de los cuantificadores de los 5 categoremas. Esto es Caramuel. Pero no sé en otros tratados y quizá puedan tener. Así tendré de ver. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, Francisco, la última.
Sí, no, se ve que después de tantos días de organización ya somos una misma mente, porque mi pregunta va en la misma línea, que es los manuales de lógica. A veces hablan del cuadrado de Aristóteles, ¿no? Hablando de estos cuantificadores. Y bueno, resulta que no es un cuadrado porque termina siendo un rectángulo y tampoco es de Aristóteles, ¿no? Porque no se sabe bien cuál es el origen. Entonces mi pregunta era si atribuirías esas cuestiones de las relaciones lógicas a Caramuel, ¿no? Que una proposición universal es contraria con tal, contradictoria con tal otra, y cómo sigue esa historia de ese gráfico famoso.
Muy bien. Caramuel se apoya para las tablas y los modos y la disposición de las figuras en las ediciones del siglo anterior que han sido hechas sobre el Tratado de los Silogismos Categóricos de Boecio. Esta es su base, sobre todo en los diseños. Pero yo debo decir que su modo de hacer, por a lo menos las ediciones de Francofort, que son de 1654, traen una forma de diseño que es muy hermosita, muy hermosa. Es verdaderamente hermosa, porque hay recortes propios del barroco, del arte barroca, y esto es un indicio muy fuerte de que sea el propio Caramuel de quien la ha hecho, porque, primero, él tenía su editora, después de un tiempo, esto es un primer motivo, una primera razón, y la segunda razón es que Caramuel ha escrito un tratado sobre la arquitectura oblicua. Y esto es muy interesante, porque su tratado de arquitectura recta y oblicua es una exposición de diversos modelos arquitectónicos de construcciones que desafían la arquitectura, por así decir, medieval gótica, porque tiene una otra manera de hacer los diseños, de interagir la estructura arquitectónica con la geometría analítica. Así que, bueno, me parece que hay mucho de creación del propio Caramuel en la disposición de las tablas de los opuestos, sean categóricos, sean modales, con el uso de cuantificadores e incluso con la extensión de los operadores modales para otros cuadrados de oposiciones, como por ejemplo los opuestos contradictorios y contrarios en el ámbito de la lógica epistémica, por ejemplo. las condiciones de que uno puede saber o no puede saber, o puede saber algo que no conoce o no puede saber algo que podría conocer. O sea, son muchas oposiciones que se presentan en su obra, que es muy extensa, realmente es una cosa increíble. Pero muchísimas gracias por la pregunta.
Muchas gracias, Marcos. Vos, perdón, no sé si, quedando aquí solo último, pero no sé si quiero agradecer a todos los organizadores, pero no quiero tomar la palabra, no sé si Tobias querés cerrar, o Cecilia, o, perdón, y... No, cerrar no, digo, decir, agradecer como en nombre de... Sí, y te dejo. Ahí.
Just like to thank you. Thank you for coming in the first place. Thank you for your presentations, for the interesting but at the same time so respectful and kind discussions, and for this wonderful time together. And I will also thank you to our wonderful team. Francisco, Nadia, Marcela in the tower, Patricia, Juliana, Victoria, who was also in the tower. Thank you, you guys. Yeah.
Yo voy a hablar en castellano y a las gracias generales van el aviso parroquial. Vamos a encontrarnos en un almuerzo conjunto, pero en el desnivel, que queda un poco más lejos que Siga la Vaca, queda en Defensa 855, ahí está el trayecto, son 13 minutos caminando. Por lo cual, como el buró tiene que regresar a reunirse, los invitamos a partir, pero no sin antes sacarnos una foto que no sé cómo vamos a hacer. Muchísimas gracias. Sí, con que vengan.
¿Puedo tirarlo por acá? Bueno. Un segundo.
No, me van a decir que vine para la foto. ¡Vení para la foto!
¡Queremos una foto! ¡No!
Pero igualmente, si me es el edificio de María. Bueno, seguimos en contacto también y después intercambiamos. Mucho buen viaje. Hablamos, seguimos en contacto. Estamos hablando de lo que yo estoy estudiando, que es lógica, los chicos con los que estoy estudiando ellos, y vos para seguir con el tema del cursar. Bueno. Pero es actualización y pensamiento de bueno. Eso sería un poquito. Perfecto. Ya después haríamos algo más sí. Pero bueno, ahora como para empezar a visualizar, no son las chévere. No, buenísimo. Y salió bien, por favor. Salió bien. Tiene muchos años. Yo la puse en una época de bueno. Raúl Gutiérrez. Sí. Ya está por retirado. Está por retirado. Sí. No se pierdan la caravana. No, vamos, si queremos verlo. Yo veo cosas. Sí. No voy a estar con él.
Pero he conocido tantos funcionarios, tenemos mucha gente, pero sí, y nunca nos bueno, mucho gusto, sí. Bueno, algún día la próxima nos escuchemos. Por eso se llama defensa. Sí, además por ahora en el último tiempo. Claro, sí. Bueno, a mí casi me quedó. No, bueno, de hecho eso. Sí, sí, bueno. No, me voy al buque. Voy a comer algo ahora. Viene y dice, debe ser un buen... Bueno, uno hace lo que puede, como felicitaciones. Después empiezan a sacar. Ah, bueno, después de una semana. Sí, la semana se llama. Ah, está bien, no vendemos el hijo de Dios. Siempre que no se te va a morir nadie. Ah, no, no, ese fue el lema para seguir. No, ese fue el lema para seguir arriba. Ese fue el lema como... Esta semana... Pero no se puede saber. Bueno, sí. No dejaron las manos para el vuelo de abierto.